right, welcome back to Sage on Stage. How
Hey.
are we, team? Okay? Sage is working. G'day, Omni.
Always good.
Reliable panelist you're proving to be. We got Yahweh and Charlie. How goes it this morning, this afternoon for those Americans?
I feel
That
like
well, huh?
today Charlie decides to come at me.
Is Charlie going to come at you? What's the?
No, I
Yeah,
don't know.
Charlie.
Because we went back and forth. I called him out in voice chat. He was in text chat. He, declared I ran away. It was all standard stuff.
Oh, right. What was it? What were you debating?
He's pretty mild mannered, so I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, so this was about the dimensionality of units.
Dimensionality of units.
Yes. So
do
you know
units
that
have length and
you
breadth?
measure your floor in blank
Right.
square meters. You measure the volume of a swimming pool in blank meters,
Right.
cubic meters.
Right.
And you measure the length of a road in blank meters, linear meters. So the question is, does that mean that a linear measurement must be straight? Can you measure the surface area of a circle in square meters?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's difficult
Okay.
because straight to squared is hard, but surely you
No,
can.
no, square meters. The pi r squared is the area of a circle.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's a square
which does
meters.
the awkward bit that the curve does because it's not got the radius built in, right? Isn't that it?
Well, it's pi r. No, but that's not. So the length of the radius. This is dimensionality. Square units are two-dimensional, so area. Cubic units are three-dimensional, so cubes.
Right.
Linear units are one-dimensional, but you can measure a circle, the perimeter of a circle, in linear units.
Right.
That's how it works. The length is always done in linear units. Doesn't mean it's straight. I can have a length of string that is some length, and that whether the string does not have to be straight for it to have that length.
Right.
This is apparently a difficult concept for some, and I think that Charlie was taking the Nathan Oakley position, although I don't believe he was really attached to it, but was taking the Nathan Oakley position that linear means straight because straight line.
Linear means. Say that again. Linear means straight because
lines are straight.
Oh, I kind of get that. Like, it's silly,
Yeah,
but I kind of
I
get it.
understand the etymology argument, but in this case, that would also mean that square meters must be square, which means you couldn't measure a circle with them.
Yes, that bit I don't get.
Well, it's just the term we use. Cubic, you can measure the volume of a sphere in cubic meters. Because cubic is just the term we use for volume, three-dimensional. In other words, it's Nathan not understanding the context in which linear, square, and cube are meant when talking about units.
Yeah, right. Just that standard thing of if something's straight and square, how could you measure it if it's round, or how could you get an angle from a curve, or
I mean, it's just Nathan being Nathan. But
standard flat
that
Earth.
is, I think that was the last thing we disagreed on. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But if somebody wants to debate me on that, I will debate the Nathan Oakley dumbness.
Right. Okay. So we've got one possible option there for a debate if Charlie's going to be up for it. For those who don't know, the gist of what we're trying to do with these is get debates going. I've got a debate mapping system which week after week should get a little bit better. It generally is in the habit of going one step forward, two steps back. Depends which week you get it. And what we're going to do, I think we might do what you suggested, Riggs, and that's do some fun debates to start it off so we can discuss the debate technique, or actually even more persuasion technique and style, as much as what is the substance of it. And I think you're right. Sometimes you might even use, sometimes you might find yourself even using, I don't even remember what I was going to say there. Something jumped up in front of me. But the idea being, if you're going to make a point here, you'll have it'll try to make big squares if what you're saying seems relevant. So the idea is you're trying to compete with the other person's biggest, most relevant points, where the stuff out here will be kind of fluff or meta or just not that worth paying attention to or responding. These are the bits that you want to come back against. So I'll also happily take feedback on how Sage is working. The idea is she could become like a game, a platform that you could go to settle debates with people. So, yeah, what else? I think the first place I sometimes like to start with this is what's happening in the world at the moment. What's on people's minds and what topics are they here to debate? I'm going to guess we could get a good God debate out of you, Yahweh.
Say it again.
I was saying we might be able to get a good God debate out of you.
Oh, sure.
Let's see. China interfering with the U.S. election.
That's pretty good.
UAP
Yeah.
disclosure.
Okay, that's a really fun one to start with. I'm going to come back and ask you for some more news headlines in a moment. As a first one, does anybody want to take us just a practice one, which we do for a couple of minutes, that China should interfere with our elections? So pro and anti foreign interference. Like election meddling debate. As in, to start off with
I'll take pro.
Okay, so you'll take pro China should come and meddle with.
I don't honestly believe it, but I will take it.
Yeah, okay, good. Who wants to take China should not meddle, or countries in general should not meddle, or the anti-position for China meddling in US elections? Who wants to take that side? Yahweh, you up for it? Mystic, LearnShare, Charlie? All right, I'll take you on the against side then for the meantime. Go for it. Start with your opening claim.
Okay. Our founding fathers created the Electoral College because they didn't trust the American people as a demented whole to be able to elect a leader. And they wanted to have a stopgap built into the system to prevent the election of, say, a criminal or a rapist or somebody who was obviously, blatantly, incredibly, publicly corrupt. Therefore, the Electoral College was meant to step in and prevent the populace from making such a populistic mistake. The Founding Fathers had a very dim view of us. Well, a view that decades ago I would have said was not warranted. However, as it turns out, our stopgap failed. The Constitution failed us. The guardrails did not hold. Therefore, somebody has to step in. And as far as I'm concerned, someone who is both very upset to be compared to Winnie the Pooh Bear, to the point where he will censor it, and yet has a hand on the tiller, and so far as we know, has not killed anyone for it that we know of. I say that man is a good candidate. Over to you.
Right. Okay. So your argument is essentially, as far as I can tell,
we have failed. It's time for someone to step in.
We can't trust the electorate. And I would have to agree with part of that. That part of the idea of the Electoral College, or part of the idea of getting voting to work, is to almost more about choosing who doesn't vote than who does. And that sounds like that's a fair chunk of the point you're making. And so while I could accept in principle the idea that humans, can't be trusted to make good decisions, and maybe listening to, uneducated, easily scared voters might be a solution, I'm not sure you've made a strong point, or the point that I will be attacking is that therefore China should be the one doing it. There are some things.
That was the whole, the Winnie the Pooh argument?
Yes, yeah, he banned any mention of it because people said he looked
because
like
he
Winnie the
doesn't
Pooh.
like being compared to Winnie the Pooh. So I would say that somebody who is both sensitive to that and yet, as far as we know, has not killed anyone for it, has passed the low bar of being better than the American electorate. I
Yeah,
don't see how
so
you can disagree with that.
yeah, so I think they have passed the low bar of being better than the American electorate, but the argument I would make against it is that it's a foreign influence. That at least if you've got a politician making decisions for the quality of water or the safety of roads or whatever, they're a citizens, so they've got, at least got some skin in the game and some awareness of the local context. Where a little bit like is my why isn't this showing me what's going on? A little bit like is in my objections to charity, it's always lack of local context that causes the downfall of almost every charity. It almost ends up hurting the people worse than they were before because it lacks the local context to know, oh, hang on, if you give them mosquito nets, they're going to kill all the fish and then starve. So while China could be, okay, here we go. This has made your crux here. So while generally taking power away from stupid voters could be valuable, I think that China is not the one to be doing that because they're so far away. They've got a very different cultural context, and the chance that they would just go, "Oh, great, thanks for giving us charge of your country. We're now going to, you know, make you choose tariffs that are favourable to us and give us all your resources and give us all your smartest people and that kind of stuff."
Counterpoint. We
Mhm.
deserve it.
Counterpoint is we deserve it.
Over to you. Disagree with
Okay,
that.
so so we deserve to lose our democracy and our hegemony and let me think about that.
Well,
So it's sort
we
of
seem to
self-flagellation.
be on point for that right now, the way we voted. We're
So
pissing away our democracy, we're pissing away our hegemony, we're pissing away our self-power.
yeah, so you're saying I'm saying it could destroy America in undermine the hegemony, undermine the greenback or whatever you call the American financial system, undermine the democracy. And you're essentially saying, yeah, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we need a bit of suffering and to be held under the boot of another
I don't
army.
think I don't want to suffer. I don't want anyone to suffer. I certainly don't want myself to suffer. But, I it's hard for me to say that we haven't done this to ourselves.
Right. Yeah. Yes, it's tough to
Also,
disagree with.
also, I want to point something out, something you have not considered.
Mhm.
We only have one presidential allegation on the table right now, and that is that China wanted to elect Joe Biden. I think I think that's obviously a better choice than what we wound up with. Therefore, as far as I
It's
can
a better
tell,
choice. Is it a
yes.
good choice?
Well, who else was on the table?
But that's the thing. If China was in charge, couldn't they help us find a good person? Oh no, you're saying the punch in the face method. So you're saying it's good that we get a bad guy. We just want to choose which
No, I'm
version of a
saying that
completely incompetent.
We got Trump from America, and China allegedly, according to Trump, wanted Joe Biden. I'm standing with China on that one, and so should you.
Fair enough. Well, look, it's judged you as having won because it said the main point that it's considered out of everything you've said is the Electoral College is built to restrain voters. And so I think it's sort of judged that your core principle was in line with what you're saying there. Whereas and I think it's roundly rebutted me because my argument was they could essentially rape America for resource. Your counter is maybe they should.
I think,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So that's a good first test. Omni's won that one convincingly. Despite me making many points, I have failed to overturn Omni according to this viz. Can we have a debate judgment, please, Sage, about the voting, please, Sage? Scotsman's here, that's good. Okay, so we're going to get a few people. Who's, how do we do in that debate? Sage? How did we do in that debate, Sage? I'm going to stay dormant on this topic. I'm not too knowledgeable in global politics.
Don't
We're
worry,
currently
Mr.
evaluating the justifiability of foreign election interference in the US.
Yeah, so you know, Mystic, the initial game we're playing now is just picking ridiculous topics just to practice the art of the skillful disagreement, not necessarily because we're highly knowledgeable about it and engaged. I actually am welcoming those debates, but as Riggs was suggesting, I thought we could get started with some silly ones like Omni saying we should be giving over our democracy to China, which I'm fairly confident he doesn't really believe.
Yeah, I don't actually think that.
See, it's interesting you took that position because I'm not a million miles from that in Australia because we follow America around like they've got us by the nose hairs. And America hasn't ever been pushed and tested to see whether it would come to our aid. But with somebody like Trump at the helm, we can almost guarantee they wouldn't. He's already said it. He'd go, oh, what have they ever done for us? And what that means is they're very unstable, vacillating state that you can't trust.
You found the right artery, China's lack of legitimacy, and then politely handed Omnivore a bandage labelled "We deserve it" instead of making him defend that premise.
Oof. Oof. Yeah. He found the right artery and then politely handed Omnivore a bandage labeled "We." That was a beautiful sentence, Sage. Yeah, you're right. I got wrecked in that debate.
I mean, I can't disagree with her.
Yeah, no, she nailed that. She got that 100% right. Awesome. So what else is on people's minds? Mystic, you were having a debate the other day. We can jump back into that too. Yeah, the idea is just to sort of practice debate style. Particularly one of the ones that I've been thinking out a lot about this week is to reflect what the other side is saying so you're sure you're debunking the right point. And I think that the practice ones can be helpful because me not caring that much about whether America would give up its right to vote, I find it much easier to steel man and go, oh, I know exactly what Omni's saying because it's a bit of fun. And so it's like, if we can practice the skills for a respectful debate there, we get a lot better at them when suddenly it's about the existence of God or something that does matter to us. So any topics you all want to defend? We've got Scotsman here. All right, you were giving us a news roundup, Omni. You're making an excellent panelist co-host.
Well, I mean, so there's the UAP disclosure, which is interesting. But the question I would ask is, do we think that this disclosure, so a lot of this disclosure, if you look into it, actually, I don't know because I haven't looked into it deeply enough, but the one or two that I did look into deeply, this was uploaded by somebody on a secure network. We don't know who. It doesn't, I mean, according to the government website, it doesn't know who, it doesn't know where. It's just some uploaded footage, which is, weird looking, but it doesn't tell us much about it. It seems to be from a flight recorder system of some sort of fighter craft. I mean, we could tell some things from the footage, but not much, and certainly not anything about where or we know it was uploaded in the South American theater, which is an enormous area. Like, does this mean anything? Do we believe that these are actual videos of flying saucers? Or do we think that the government has recorded a bunch of footage and is now kind of playing us? Is that possible?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they would always. My argument would be there are always going to be UAP because the contrary would suggest we identify everything that leaves the ground.
Yeah, but that's not that. Yeah, but that's just definition. Do we think
so
what we see here?
But I'm using that to say that means that the Navy and the Air Force and military in general should have a bunch of stuff in any, locked in servers all around the world, on hard drives all around the world, where they're looking at stuff and going, what on earth is that? So it's not really what they captured to me, unless they did capture actual alien life, which I think they haven't. It's just about, the timing of the release. What are they trying to not get us to focus on when they go, oh, look at this. There might be some scary things.
So that would be the topic. And the answer is, I think everyone's just kind of fumbling around in the dark. I don't I have a hard time believing there's a coordinated psyop around it, but who the fuck knows, honestly. So I would debate it. I'd be willing to take a side on it.
Mm. Yeah, I'm fairly convinced that while we could find out the craft were real, they're going to be illusions. Is one of my thoughts, that it would be like that pill thing would be maybe the US military itself or any other military using some projection technology or something like that to create a hologram, not more than a hologram, but some sort of thing that appears real but doesn't need to obey the laws of physics, because it would be such a good tool if you're planning a large scale invasion to be able to spam, 4,000 the number of fighters you've got, and they just don't know where to scramble their jets to.
Project Bluebeam, essentially.
Is that what Project Bluebeam is, right?
Well, Project Bluebeam is a hypothetical sky projection technology that will be used to fake an alien invasion, allowing the government to seize control, yada, yada, yada. Or possibly the second coming, project Jesus up there. I mean, who knows, right? It's not a real thing. It's just, or at least if it, people claim it's a real thing, but I don't think we have good evidence it's a real thing.
Mm.
And certainly the name Project Bluebeam, Bluebeam,
Project Bluebeam.
like Azure Ray.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's a that old thing of like dreaming up what the controllers could have. Their technology must be far more advanced than me. I used to have that view so much. And then I was like, actually, where do most of the advancements come from these days? Back in the day, it was only a king or a military that invented something cool like a catapult. But nowadays, it's private industry that does all that stuff.
Right.
I reckon also with the UFO stuff, they could just be like testing the water. Like if they really do have videos of aliens, they sort of just want to see how we're reacting right now, see how people take it.
I mean, yeah, there is a theory that they want to ease us into these ideas, like that the storm, which would be the arresting of all the Democrats, is being eased into so it doesn't cause worldwide panic.
Yeah, true.
Or that they're slowly setting us up for alien disclosure. And if they don't do that for war or for us invading and capturing Maduro, I question, or for the launch of artificial intelligence, or whatever next big thing is going to break and make everyone go bananas. The financial collapse in 2008. I can't see what would they?
What do you reckon about Project Bluebeam, Scotsman?
Yeah, I reckon it's plausible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, like in my thinking would be that like they don't need to fake it; they have the real UFOs. They could just put a mothership where they want it.
Like a
no
fake one,
projection
just
necessary. No, like real ones.
Right, I see.
Yeah.
Because I thought Project Bluebeam, the idea was a fake invasion with fake
Yeah, it
spaceships
is.
that were all projected. Right, and so you're sort of half agreeing that they might try something like that, but they wouldn't try it with fake spaceships. Gotcha.
Or no, yeah, I'm just saying they're easily capable of doing a lot more. Like, I reckon both the good side and the bad side have your super advanced alien tech and everything, anti-gravity ships, all that.
Yeah, nice. This is, yeah, it will be, because it's been one that's been planned for ages. And I certainly think it would be a very useful one. If you're going to fake anything, it would, aliens would be a pretty good one, but it'd be a difficult one too, right? Depending on how you do it. If you just kept them in the upper atmosphere and you said, oh, they're here, I assure you, that, but your life on Earth hasn't changed that much because they haven't come to your neighborhood. But then they're going to have to fake footage of them like knocking over the Eiffel Tower or something. They can't have them invade and then do nothing, but still hope to control us.
Well, that's the thing. The deep state would be willing to do all that for real if
Yeah.
they needed to.
And
So
so how's your stuff going, Scotsman, with the QAnon stuff? I feel like we're getting to a new crescendo of QAnon weirdness in the Trump camp with him. For those who don't know, I know I've talked about it a few times in here, so forgive me, Omni and Yahweh and people, but that the White House was openly Q posting recently.
And with like him trolling about the 2028 stuff, running for a fourth term.
That's what I was
That
going to ask.
kind
Do you think he was
yeah.
trolling when he made, because they're selling 2028 hats, right? I was like, well, part of it is he wants to sell some more hats, but you think it's a joke, right?
Yeah, I do believe that the troll could like that would be immoral of them to try and run for a third term. Because, like, I mean, legally you can't anyway, and they would have to change the constitution or whatever. And I don't think that's the way they want to do it.
So it did sound like a joke, even when he did the bit. Actually, let me pull it up. If anybody's watching, I'll share my. Nope. Yeah, let me just switch around for just a second, and I'll switch you back. Because this bit's quite funny. In the video where he says he's going to run again, he sounds like he's imitating someone imitating him. You know, like he's doing a parody of his own voice.
Oh yeah. There's this ad that he did for Trump steaks, and all the comments said it sounds like he's doing an impersonation.
Exactly. Yeah.
Times. Now I'm going to do it again.
Now I'm going to do it again.
We are all doing good together. That's why tonight to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings. I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a fourth term as president of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having
Nobody
an
clapped.
official. In fact, I think I have.
Notice that? Like, he says it like he's going to get a round of applause, and it's pin drop silence. So many journalists in the room being like, is this a joke?
Yeah. I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again.
I know.
He
So you
really
think
does
that's a-
believe any publicity is good publicity, no matter how bad.
And so you're
gets
then
him
on
talked
board with
about.
the idea that he says wildly untrue things and kind of leaves it up to the audience to decide whether that was nonsense or not. Would that be fair to say, Scotsman?
Yeah, kind of. It sort of it helps his base by just making the Democrats more angry. His side just loves it. Kind.
Do you want to have a debate on Trump? I don't know. It's up. I don't want to.
I don't think I'm ready for. I mean, I can do it, but I don't really want to do a knockdown drag out on Trump. I just, I don't
I
think it's.
yeah, I would concede anyway because I do believe he's deliberately acting bad on purpose. As
So do you
part of
ever
a
get
bigger
to bits
psyop.
of doubt now? Like, because that was the bit that I found interesting when the White House and the Department of Energy and Forestry and whoever were doing the Q posts the other week. I was gobsmacked by it because my read was the same as Omni's. I was just really far more flabbergasted on it. Where, for anybody who doesn't know, the White House just started Q posting, like sort of nodding and winking to this band of people who've been following for years, and I was astounded and shocked by it. But the thing that I thought is, if I was a QAnoner and it looked like somebody was just using my deeply held conviction as a marketing stunt, I would become furious and suspicious of them. Is that, where do you sit with the Q posting?
No, it's the exact opposite for me. This is just exciting. This is just saying, hey, look, we're taking it more public now. Get ready. We're doing
Okay.
even more blatant Q stuff. Because, like,
But
sort of, we believe they've been doing this Q posting, more covertly for years. So this is just more in the
Sure.
open.
Sure. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead to, yeah, I guess if I were you right now, I'd be like, oh, here it comes. It's happening any moment now. But I'm
Yeah.
saying I'm already taking it as read that there's not going to be any major use of quantum to decrypt to catch the pedophiles and do all the things that he's promised for years. So is there a bit that it could get to where you go, oh, we're just a joke and a marketing campaign to him. He's never been serious. He's never really been on our side. Are you at all starting to entertain those possibilities?
No, because, like, in my mind, all the evidence is already made up. He's done, a million other things I've seen over the years proving he's doing things on purpose with Q. So, like, it would never be that, oh, I guess Q wasn't real. It would just be, okay, well, they're liars and they're not on the good side. They're not delivering their promises. Like, you sort of, like, in my mind, you can't prove they're not real other than debunking every single piece of evidence in the past.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
You can't prove that. So I do think I know what you mean, but it almost sounds like you're saying there is nothing that would ever convince me that Trump was in it for himself.
Or if nothing happened, like, say, 10, 15 years, no arrest, no, some other random person becomes president after Trump and everything continues as normal, then I would start to think, okay, we've been played. It's just a big long con to get us
Right.
to, be pacified. But,
But that'd
like,
be another.
in that scenario, I'd still believe Q was real. Like, the evidence proved it to me. Yeah, just they didn't do anything or whatever.
And it would take another 15 years for you from today. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I mean, sort of like maybe 5, 10 years. Like, Trump's got what, 2 years left in his term, two and a half. So, like, if, like, literally nothing major happened from today, no new arrest, no exposure, no public waking up, then I would believe, okay, yeah, they're evil. We've been played.
Right. Okay. So the clock has started ticking for you a little bit then.
Kind of, yeah, but the more they progress, the more I do see them setting up everything perfectly. Stuff, like, I didn't expect them to, be releasing UFO stuff like this, even though it's not that impressive, but I can see them planting the seeds ready for the bigger disclosures later on.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting theory. I like it. So they're going to, and the big disclosure, why has it been delayed? What's the thing standing in the way of them having done it sort of, a few days into term one?
I'd say it's more they're just ramping it up for bigger impact to have, like, multiple things come out at once, like UFOs, Pizzagate, vaccine stuff, the election fraud, everything. But also they're dragging that out because just so the enemy doesn't know what's going to happen next or when the arrest will begin. Like, they have to deceive us and make us think that it's just around the corner. And it
Right.
never is, but it will be one day.
It's so funny that you say it. It's such an open-eyed way to be a QAnon.
Yeah, like, it's
To be like,
oh, I
yeah,
know
they've
they're
screwed us a
deceiving
bunch of
like,
times now, but one of these days.
Yeah, like at Joe Biden's inauguration, like, I full on thought that would be the massive military arrest. because like they had a few Hollywood celebrities there too, and they were doing like loads of coincidences regarding that. And like
Right.
remember Trump brought in the whole National Guard to surround the inauguration, and they had all razor wire fence, and the razor wire was put up by a company called Checkmate.
Oh, fun. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So then to walk me through, what's it like when that inauguration like is happening? I imagine you and a bunch of other QAnoners are like on the edge of your seats. Is there a big, what's it like when sort of one of those prophecies doesn't get fulfilled, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's sort of like super exciting, but yeah, it's slightly disappointing, but we sort of accept it because
Mm,
like it has happened like dozens of times where they do some kind of coincidence that has a massive implication. We think something's about to happen and it doesn't. Like that's happened since the start.
yeah.
But we sort of accept, we understand that's how they're doing warfare. That's the only way you can actually do it. So we can't, it does sort of make sense.
Yeah. So that's really the topic, isn't it? Does it still make sense to be a QAnoner in 2026, I think? That's an interesting challenge. So what do you think then of the people who've left? Like you must have known some people who've
I
fallen
mean, I
off.
don't really blame them, but like I question, did they ever really believe it? Like it's sort of like, okay, imagine if you woke up tomorrow and like literally every single person in the world was telling you the Earth was flat. Would that actually convince you and make you question it, or would you be like, no, I've seen the evidence. Just what the hell is going on? Why they're saying this?
Mm.
But the Earth is still a globe. Like, which camp would you be in?
So I'm guessing then for you, the people who've left are kind of like, oh, I get it. I mean you no ill will, but I think you've been tricked.
Yeah, or some of them might think, okay,
Well,
yeah, it's real, but they're that it's control opposition. They're the deep state, so they're sort of giving up. So yeah, I don't blame them. But,
Right. Go on, somebody else was going to say something there. Sound like? Omni, what, maybe? Oh yeah, Omni said something. Yeah, because that's another one too, which is you could fall away from QAnon by going, well, it was real at one stage. We had a real Q who was there, but since then it appears that it's been taken over by vested interests, and maybe even Donald Trump's campaign's been infected with the opposition, and now it doesn't mean anything to be Q or not Q.
so there have been, actually, no, I'm not going to do that because that's going to seem mean spirited.
Yeah, right. It's to me, I can
feel
certainly
free.
get, it's one of the things you talked about one day, Flying Scotsman, and I remember from when I was a conspiracy theorist being like, one thing I do have to give up is the excitement of feeling like I'm on the hunt for the real truth. Like it's like a computer game, but when you find that objective power or crack that code or figure out who the baddie is or whatever, there actually are some stakes, and they're nearly sort of superhero level world saving stakes. And that must be very exciting. And I would be wondering how much, for some QAnoners, is it more about playing an alternate reality game than essentially like, yeah, would you or any other QAnoners be in it for that gamified element more than at a certain point thinking it's still objectively true?
I mean, I agree that element is very appealing. Like, it is a lot of fun to be part of this and believe it. But I don't know. That would sort of be like lying to yourself, which I guess some people can do, like flat earthers with cognitive dissonance. But I don't know. I feel like I
Yeah.
wouldn't let myself be tricked because that would only harm me in the future and my life decisions that I'm making.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's, yeah, you're not, I don't think anybody would be doing it in an open eyed way, but a sort of, some I think that's similar to it is I notice this ability in women if they've got a partner who's done something horrible or a son who's done something horrible, like they can, it's almost like you could show them incontrovertible evidence and they're like, well, but it's more important to me to be a good mum than it is to be correct about whether my son killed those people, you know?
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. Or like my worst fear would be if Q was a pacification psyop where the entire goal is, for all these conspiracy theories to be true, but they're training, all those who are awake and able to spot it are betrayed, and they're making it look like something's going to happen, then nothing ever happens, and now they've divided society and taught everyone, oh, just trust the news. Look at all those crazy people that thought they knew the truth. Even though it was actually the truth. Now they're like, oh, look, you're dumb. Just don't do your own research. Don't go on free speech forums. Don't think for yourself. Just trust the news. Like that would be the worst outcome because
Yeah,
they
and
could
that's the
easily do
thing.
that
That's
on
what I would.
purpose.
Which is what a lot of people. What I was saying about the recent Q posting, where I was saying, Trump was going, oh, I don't know who those QAnon people are, but now that he's got elements of the federal government tweeting as QAnon, my conclusion is he must have control of the account now. That would be colossally stupid, even for him, to allow himself to say, yeah, I am that guy, unless he's got his hand on the controls. But it's a very interesting one, which is, wouldn't you, the moment you recognized a movement, if it was anywhere truthful, seek to undermine it? And you would do that in one of two ways. One is find the leaders and find some scandal and expose them for it, or take down the movement from the outside in general. I think that falls into, versus infiltrate the movement and take it down from the inside, by which I think the simplest would be get inside, get on the message boards and go, oh, I see your slightly wild conspiracy, but what if we take it even crazier? And just keep doing that and that and that until you've split the movement into these people who think, JFK is going to reanimate as a corpse, and it's becomes a laughing stock.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm.
And like Trump could easily take over Q just because anyone can post as Q, and Trump himself can fulfill the coincidence to say, look, this is the real Q account because we're pointing to it. So like
a sort of reverse causation thing. So he could have for years not been in control of the Q account, but going, what's Q saying I'm going to say today? Oh, okay, yeah, I can say that. Or even some White House staffer who's got his phone. It's like, yeah, don't worry.
Yeah,
I'll
like
post
if
that thing
your
for you.
theory is correct, they're trying to take it over. They could.
Yeah. Well, you're the president. I would have thought the very moment you sit down in office for the first time, you go find out who those people are, and you would know his name within seconds. They'll be like, oh yeah, we've known that for years. Here's his name. Here's his direct. Good. Interesting. All right. So let's get a debate going. We've got a few more people here. Welcome. G'day, Rennie. Yahweh. Oh, we had Shoma for a bit. Do you want to do another practice debate, or we can get into some like proper stuff? But I'm wondering about like picking a ludicrous topic. It could be have dessert before dinner, or it could be, we did a good one before you got here, Rennie, which is Omni did perhaps China should interfere with our elections, which I think is a fun take. He won on that one. I think it's just you can make quite a strong case. And I also find interesting how often you can make a really strong case for the opposite of what you think, and after you've had that practice debate, you go, actually, the opposite of what I think is actually quite a strong case. So anybody want to do a practice debate? Or even one you're willing to defend properly? What are some positions you're willing to defend, panelists?
I will take the position that Blob could totally beat Osco in a foot race.
Yeah, right. You actually willing to defend that? Go ahead.
What are we looking for, a topic?
Yeah.
I'll debate Omni whether or not abortion is moral.
Oh, okay. That's a banger one. All right. Let's clear the floor for that.
Oh, man. Okay.
So who's taking pro, who's taking con? I'm guessing, Omni, you're anti-abortion, given you're anti-killing things in general?
No, I'm
sorry, I meant
actually the other way around.
Yeah, I meant Osco, sorry. 2 O names.
I I don't know that I can argue that abortion is literally moral, but I don't think that in the first trimester it's murder.
Why not?
Because murder, there's a trivial reason, because it's legal. Murder is the illegal killing. But the more defensible reason is that what we value in humans is the conscious experience. And in the first trimester, the fetus, as far as we understand it, does not have a conscious experience.
Okay, so as for the law one, obviously, you know that that's stupid. That's why you kind of couched it, because like we could just say, okay, black people aren't human, and therefore that we could kill them. As for the second one, that's a completely arbitrary standard. People have gradients of consciousness. So what I value is humans. I value human life, and I believe all humans have the right to be protected. And you're just picking an arbitrary spot to say, okay, well, at 14 weeks or whatever, that's they get human rights, but before 14 weeks, they get no human rights.
Yeah, that I agree. So, when we have somebody who's in a persistent vegetative state, eventually we turn the life support off. I'm taking it that you would think that's incorrect as well.
Okay, so if someone's in a vegetative state, they have no human rights. Like if the nurse wants to come in and rape them, that would be okay because they don't have any human rights.
No, that's not. I wouldn't say that. Just like
Well,
you.
why not? They're not
Well,
conscious.
we have rules about. There are certain rules about decorum. For example, you can't defile a corpse, even though the corpse. I don't think either of us believe that the corpse has an experience. But there are some things we've decided is wrong, even if it's victimless, and that would be one of them.
Okay,
But
well, what if we
eventually,
just wanted to take their organs for someone that needed them?
okay, well, I honestly, I haven't thought about that deeply, but that wouldn't be a problem for me.
Okay, so even if they're religiously opposed to it and they explicitly stated, when I
Well,
die, I
I
do
think.
not someone to take my organs.
Oh, you just added something. You just added something to that, though, Oscar.
I
If
know
they have
I did that on purpose because you're saying they don't have any rights. So if they don't have rights, then like
I didn't say they don't. I
what their
didn't.
will was.
Okay. All right. Well, sure, you did that on purpose. So you asked me a question about victimless crime, and I said, okay, there may not be a cognitive victim there, but there's some stuff we've decided is still illegal, and I stand by that. So stymied by that, you asked if somebody could harvest the organs. And I said I haven't thought about that deeply, but that doesn't in and of itself bother me. We're turning the life support off. Sure, harvest the organs. Then you added, oh dear, he's willing to bite that bullet. Well, then what if they had, since they have no rights, you said, sticking words into my mouth, then I will attack this position that you don't hold omnivore, which I feel I can knock down like it was a man made of straw. Why, I feel I am competent to take on that straw man, said Osco, and decided that because I've said they have no rights, which of course I never said, it's fine to harvest their organs against their will, which I don't agree with.
Well, you said for abortion, you're apparently, so just to clarify something, you are against abortion after the first trimester. You think it's immoral?
Yes.
Okay, so you think it's immoral, and the reason why you think it's immoral is they are conscious.
I'm sorry, hold on. I think it may be immoral in all cases, but I think that in the case of the first trimester, I would allow it to be a personal, I'm okay with it being a personal decision.
Okay, so I guess then I can just ask you, how do you know that that's when they become conscious?
That's what the evidence seems to suggest. Brain activity and brain creation and a number of other things.
Okay, so that's not consciousness, that's just brain activity. So the real standard for whenever a human has rights is when they have brain activity?
Of a certain level. And I wouldn't say when they have rights, I would say when the responsible party is capable of deciding to terminate or not.
Okay, so but you do grant that they are human from the moment of conception, a human individual?
In terms of biology, sure.
Or what other
I don't-
terms would there be?
Well, in terms of value, no. You can save
What?
one 2-year-old, or you can save 20 fertilized eggs.
Okay, so where are you getting this
Which
value
would you
from? It's
save?
just like
Which
your
would you save,
arbitrary.
Oscar?
It's
You
just
would
your
save 20
arbitrary.
Which would you save? One 2-year-old or 20 fertilized eggs?
I'm not
She's
sure. So
looking
where
at
are you
you with
getting this?
big round eyes. What are you going to do? You're going to grab
So
the
where are
petri
you?
dish?
Where are you getting this value from? Is it just your arbitrary opinion,
I'm
or are you
asking
getting it
you a
from your religious
question.
book, or what?
I'm asking you
Yeah,
a question. Go. Are you going to answer it or not?
I answered it. I said I don't know.
That's not an answer. Okay, would you
Yeah, it is.
save one 2-year-old or 20 2-year-olds? You have a choice.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good answer. I think that's I think you're avoiding the question.
Can I
No,
answer it?
it depends on the situation. If it's my niece, then I'm going to save my niece over the
No, you don't know either
22-year-olds.
one. You don't know
Obviously,
any of them. No. You don't know either of them. This is not a 2-year-old who has committed mass murder versus 20 innocent 2-year-olds, or none of that. You don't know
okay.
either.
So
You just have a choice.
is this a trolley problem, or is this just I can only save one, not I'm
You
killing
can
the
only
other?
save. You can only save one. You can either save 20 petri dishes, which is 20 humans, or one 2-year-old.
So I'm taking no action. All I'm doing is saving someone. I'm taking no action to kill the others. Is that correct?
Oscar, you're dodging the moral crux of abortion.
No, I'm not dodging the moral crux of abortion. I'm trying to clarify his hypothetical. So, do I have to take any action? If we want to talk about morality, it's a question of is something wrong because it's wrong, or is it wrong because it creates worse outcomes? So, if we want to talk about that, we can get to that. But I need you to clarify your hypothetical.
Well, I'm asking you that you have a choice between saving 20 fertilized embryos, which you can agree aren't human, or one living, conscious, happy 2-year-old.
I would probably say the happy 2-year-old.
Okay, I agree. Why?
What point do you think that proves? That doesn't prove that killing a 2-week-old fetus isn't also murder.
So it doesn't have to prove that it's murder. It proves that we make a value judgment of a fertilized embryo as different and more than 20 times different, or more than 20 times different than one, developed 2-year-old.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the life of other humans, right? You're just talking about elective abortion, right? And you're saying elective abortion prior to the first trimester is completely okay. You're not saying it's completely okay if you're saving 20 other humans. You're just saying it's okay carte blanche.
I'm saying that I find it acceptable to allow it to be legal.
Yeah, but by what standard? You're not providing an actual standard. You're just saying, well, arbitrarily, I think this is when
okay.
consciousness comes.
Sure. Yeah, by what standard? So first off, I think that my reasons for finding that it would be illegal have to do with my own personal understanding of morality, which is to say, partially Christian morality and partially my own internal sense. However, I am not prepared to visit my internal sense of morality on everyone. I would prefer that we take a sort of middle ground. Okay, this seems to me to be a reasonable middle ground. I don't want Yasuke to visit his internal sense of right and wrong on me. And I'm sure he doesn't want me to do the opposite to him. And I'm sure you don't want me visiting my internal sense of right and wrong on you. And I feel the same way, in reverse. So
yeah, but there's a victim in your worldview, right? In your worldview, it's just completely okay to murder humans as long as they fit a certain criteria. It's the same sort of thinking that people use for slavery, etc.
No, not the same criteria. I'm drawing the line at conscious experience.
I'm drawing the line at melanin in people's skin.
So just as a quick pause, can we get a quick steel man of either side so we make sure that we're understanding one another and also catch me up? It's about consciousness and experience, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, his argument to Stillman it is that a human is a human from the moment of conception, but we do not value them as humans until after we've come to believe that they have consciousness. And he believes that the way that we measure consciousness is brainwave activity.
Is
Kind
that fair
of.
on there? Pretty
Almost.
bang on? Yep.
What we value is not human so much as conscious experience. That is what I think we value. That is why anyone who says, I don't know, when asked if they would save 20 fertilized embryos over one 2-year-old is, I think, being disingenuous.
I said I would save the 2-year-old.
After a while, yes.
Well, I was trying to get you to clarify your hypothetical, and you refused to do it because you were trying to pull some sort of gotcha. I clearly answered it once you clarified your hypothetical. The point is I believe in human rights. You do not believe in universal human rights. You believe in arbitrary human rights, which is the same sort of justification, worldview, and thinking that people used to enslave African Americans because they did not believe that they were humans worthy of rights.
Well, you can say that, but that is, that's not a that's just trying to take it up, a few rhetorical notches. You don't have to do that. I think we both agree that in the case that I examined, you too value, a fertilized embryo, a human, biologically speaking, to be 20 of them to be worth less than one 2-year-old. I think that's an honest position.
And I value my niece's life more than I value a stranger's life. That said, the stranger is still a human who deserves basic human rights, just like the fetus is still a human who deserves basic human rights.
That you could say that that's true, and I believe you that that's true. But in this case, you don't know either of them. Both the 20 fertilized embryos and the 2-year-old are complete unknowns. That was something we clarified. We did clarify. You asked me about that. And yet, given 2 complete unknowns with no personal connection, you still value the 2-year-old more.
Yeah, and I just explained that you can have personal values on different people or different amounts of people all you want. That does not take away that other groups of people basic human right. Just like if I had to choose between like the world's top scientist and some random person who's playing video games all day in his bed or something like that, I'm going to choose the world's top scientist. That does not mean that he's the kid playing World of Warcraft in his bedroom every day does not deserve basic human rights.
Well, I think that they both deserve basic human rights because what I value is the conscious experience they're both having. In this case, the 2-year-old is not a world's top scientist. What is it that makes the 2-year-old more valuable to you?
They're not more valuable. If you're asking me to choose between a 2-year-old born person or a 2-week-old fetus, I'm going to choose the born person.
20 fertilized embryos versus one 2-year-old.
They're more developed. Like that's just my arbitrary standard. But those embryos still have basic human rights because I believe in human rights.
That's fine. That's fine. So in this case, you have to choose, and you value development more. You've decided that one developed human fetus is worth more than 20 undeveloped human fetuses.
Can I get a point on Oscar's side?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so if we flip this around to where it's one 2-year-old versus 100 80-year-olds, I'd still probably choose the 2-year-old in that situation. And they're both fully developed, they're both fully conscious, but that doesn't mean that, I would want to just randomly kill 80-year-olds.
What about one white 2-year-old versus 20 black 2-year-olds?
Jesus.
So that was a very, very good point, Yasuke. And so I would like Omnivore to actually address it.
Well, I'm pretty sure he didn't actually answer.
Well, because you're trying to poison the well. You're just essentially trying to say, well, this guy's racist. You're saying this guy's racist, so I don't care what he has to say.
You're pretending you don't know who Yasuke is, okay?
It doesn't matter. The substance of the argument is, okay, let me ask you, would you choose 10 90-year-olds, 10 95-year-olds, or 1 2-year-old?
In that case, I'd ask the 90-year-olds.
Yeah, but the
Okay,
point is
and
that
then-
it's sight unseen and that you can't.
Yeah, then I would probably choose the 2-year-old.
Exactly, but that doesn't mean that you don't think the 90-year-olds have basic human rights and we should just be able to kill them willy-nilly, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I would make a value judgment, and I think that if you're going to cape for Yasuke, you should ask him to answer the question I asked.
Oh, dude,
do
like
feel that-
you're kind of. Oh, go ahead.
I do feel that's sort of taking him on a different issue rather than the one about the abortion. That's sort of because it might be poisoning the well a bit, right? You think something ludicrous about a different topic, therefore I don't need to listen to you on this one. I see that the line you're drawing between them, which is about the worth of an individual. But I think that your case should be able to be answered either way, whether it's coming from it could be coming from a genocidal maniac, and that wouldn't change the value of their question. Not saying Yasuke's a genocidal maniac, but replicating. I've
Yeah,
also got a
I mean-
question here for Oscar, I think. Is the abortion in a case of a baby with Down syndrome or other medical conditions moral or immoral as a blanket no-go?
It's
Is
immoral,
abortion
in my opinion.
immoral to terminate a baby that for any condition? What about one if you said, oh, they're going to live a life of suffering and they'll be dead within 4 years, and all 4 of those years are going to be awful?
Well, I would just say, so on the first one, as far as like a mental disorder or something like that, just because someone has a mental disorder does not mean their life is worth less than someone who doesn't have a mental disorder. Therefore, I see no justification for killing them just because they have Down syndrome or something like that. In fact, a lot of people who have Down syndrome live extremely happy lives, probably happier lives than you or me. As for someone who's going to suffer a lot or something like that, that's just projection. We cannot predict the future. They don't know if they're going to live or die or so on and so forth. So I'm not prepared to play God and say, well, let's just kill this kid right now because they may suffer later. But back to the actual argument, I think Yasuke's question was a very pertinent one, and I think that Omni is more or less just trying to run away from it because we recognize that the 95-year-old is having a conscious experience, yet we still value the 2-year-old more than the 95-year-olds. That said, the 95-year-old still has basic human rights, and we should not just be allowed to kill them, even though we would choose a 2-year-old over them. So like he still hasn't really been able to come up with a justification for killing 2-week-old fetuses.
So I did answer it. I said I would probably choose the 2-year-old. But if I had a chance, I would ask the 95-year-olds how they felt about it, because they are capable of making that decision for themselves. So
I know, but
that is, if taking that away, then I would answer it based on how I guess they would act.
yeah, but we can value different people's lives more. Just like I said, I value my niece's life more than a stranger, just like you value 2-year-olds more than 95-year-olds, so on and so forth. But that does not mean that the people that we value less than another person does not have basic human rights. And you're just arbitrarily deciding, okay, at this point, these people do not have basic human rights because they're really tiny or something like that. And it's the same sort of thinking that people use for slavery. They said these people do not have basic human rights because they look different than me.
Well, I mean, I love that you think that that's some kind of good argument, but
It is
far
a
as
good
you know-
argument.
as far as the only thing we've been able to assert is that nobody, as far as you know, nobody ever asked those slaves if they thought it was okay to be slaves. So, no, I mean that falls down.
No one's
with
ever
idea.
asked a fetus. No one's ever asked a fetus if they thought it was
Ah.
okay to be murdered.
Oh, they have. It's just the fetus cannot answer.
What?
And
So
the fetus has no mental state in the first trimester or whatever the cutoff point is. So it's not actually a being to which I think we ascribe much value. As you pointed out, as I'll keep coming back to, you value what was it? Development at more than
Dude,
20 to
this
1.
argument was already debunked by Yasuke's question. We've already
Not
gone
even
through this.
remotely debunked. No.
100% debunked.
Well,
Walk us through the debunk.
Just saying it doesn't make it so, because we're not talking about 90-year-olds and 2-year-olds. We're talking about fetuses and 2-year-olds.
Yes, we
Or
can value different
fertilized
humans
eggs.
differently. That does not mean that the humans that we value less than our niece or a 2-year-old or the world's top scientist, that does not mean that in that hypothetical that the other person does not have basic human rights. For example, the right to not just be killed willy-nilly because someone doesn't like them or because they're too small.
Oh, sure. I mean, you can throw a fit about it, or you can throw a temper tantrum about it, but we've established that you value development, and so do I. I think we have actually reached agreement on this.
Yes, but every human has basic human rights. I believe in
Well,
human
I
rights.
just
You do not believe in human rights.
Well, you can say that, but I'm the one who's not going to let you defile a corpse, even if you really want to. So,
Yeah, but you're just arbitrarily saying that because it's icky. It does not actually stand for with the justifications you've given.
No.
You said that people do not have human rights if they're not conscious, and then you appeal to, well, we have laws against that, and everyone knows that you can just make laws. For example, it's illegal to have slaves.
No. So now you're just spiraling. So
no, I'm dunking on you is what I'm doing.
no, you're not dunking on me, because we remember back in the before times of 20 minutes ago when you tried to say that it was okay for someone to harvest the organs of a man who had, religiously, was religiously against that. And you tried to put those words in my mouth, thinking that it was, as you put it, dunking on me. And I told
No, I
you
asked you a question. I asked you exactly.
No,
You said no. You said no, but you brought up the brain dead person to give an example of someone who did not have human rights, just like the fetus does not have human rights.
No. I didn't say that
Yes,
person has no
yes.
human rights.
Okay,
That
so
person, I'll wait. You can go ahead and put all the words you want into my mouth. I'm sure that's a strong argument for you. It might be the best way that you can dunk on anybody.
The person in the coma or the brain dead person, they do have human rights according to you?
They have some rights.
The fetus, does it have human rights?
Some rights.
What rights does the fetus have?
So I don't know about enumerating the rights. That was something I would have to think about. But I would not allow you to, for example, defile the petri dish in which the fertilized egg is held. I think that would probably be illegal and should be disallowed, because it is icky, but also because I don't think that you should be doing that at all anyway. So,
what do you mean defile?
But I'm not going to go into detail, but
whatever you would say is defilement.
I'll wait. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish your thing, and then I'll finish what I was saying. Go ahead and finish.
Well, dude, you can't just sort of stack on point after point after point. I have to debate and dunk on every stupid point that you make. The point being is, no matter what that supposed defilement would be, it would unequivocally, absolutely, unquestionably be worse to kill a human than to defile a human.
Okay, did you finish up? Got to finish what I was saying.
Yeah, and then go final thoughts. So you can do your rebuttal and final thoughts, and we'll throw to Oscar on final thoughts and get a bit of a judgment from Sage.
So yeah, I think that Oscar has conceded that he values development more than more like development is more important than 20 to 1 odds or 21 numbers, which I agree with. I think that what we really value in people is the conscious experience, the potential to have a conscious experience, which is why when we have somebody who is in a vegetative state on life support, eventually we turn the life support off. I think that there is, in the first trimester, there is not that conscious experience. It has never started. And therefore I find it acceptable to leave that as a legal venue for those who take it. Being a guy, I will never be faced with that myself, thankfully, but I don't endorse it. I simply allow it I think it's okay to allow it to be legal. The same way that I think it's okay to eventually turn the life support off of a potentially vegetated person, persistently vegetated person.
Taking someone off life support is not the same thing as taking an action to kill someone. That would be point number one. Point number two, the only argument you've actually brought up is the Petri dish thing, and I've completely refuted that on multiple levels. Just because I value a different human life than another different human life does not mean that all humans do not have basic human rights, including the right to not just be killed carte blanche, willy-nilly, or because they're too small or I don't like them or something like that. Your third argument about the conscious experience, that's an arbitrary standard. You don't know that that's when they become conscious. And then even if you apply it, that I grant you this idea that brainwaves equal consciousness. If you're using that standard for someone on a vegetative state or something like that, you've clearly implied or said that they have basic human rights and have the right to not be sort of molested or killed or harvested or so on and so forth if they don't want that. So you're granting someone without conscious experiences basic human rights, but you will not grant those to the fetus because you want women to have the right to kill their children for some reason.
Oh, that was a provocative end. Excuse me, goodness. Let's get a judgment on this debate, please, Sage. And what are people in the audiences who feels... It was interesting in that it sounded to me like both of you were getting one another, but it sounded like you were
We're
both
currently
confident.
verifying our understanding, confirming
Yeah.
the topic is first trimester abortion legality.
Yeah, we want you to judge that debate, please, Sage. It sounded like you were both confident that the other was missing you, but it sounded to me in parts like you were getting it. The Petri dish example was about the potential of life that I didn't get because the potential of something in a Petri dish is zero, isn't it? I guess you could take it out of the Petri dish. What are the audience's thoughts? Because Yahweh was listening along and asking about brain, when does the brain form? Is it the first organ? Which I think is an interesting one because it'd be chicken or egg, right? Because Omni's answer to that in the chat was that the heart is the first organ, but I would have thought any amount of muscular movement would necessitate a brain to drive it. So to be a kind of forming at the same time, maybe, I don't know.
I mean, not really. You have like animals that have no brain that have vascular, like jellyfish and shit, you know?
True. Yeah, fair. And they don't have a proto-brain for that thing?
I don't think so.
Right.
Some people on Discord have proto brains. I don't know if we can count that.
Stop waving at conscious experience like it's a magic legal switch. Either justify why that threshold cancels a fetal right not to be killed, or admit the argument hasn't reached the law yet. And Graham, you're hosting, not commentating.
Thank you. That's a really good feedback. But as I've given you the feedback, my name's not Graham. Why do you keep calling me Graham?
I love this.
She always calls me Riggs for some reason. I just think, is Riggs hacking my computer or what?
No, there's a misattribution problem that is surprisingly difficult to get the LLM to go, who said that? It's sort of can really reliably say what was said, and then you go, who said that? And she just sort of randomly sort of vaguely gestures in the direction of anybody who's in the VC.
Oh, Graham.
Yeah, and then the problem is she saves that to your profile, and the tool I built ages ago that I haven't checked since then was meant to be able to update it. So when you say my name's not Graham, she goes, oh, sorry, and deletes it or deprecates it. So it stores a memory of, I used to think his name was Graham. But she doesn't do that. But she's, okay, so in the chat, let me give you the rundown of how she's awarded that. Oh my God, we're stepping into
infinite eggshells.
Yeah. So what do we have here? First trimester abortion. Okay, the subject was first trimester abortion, fetal moral status. Omnivore argued that biological humanity is not enough, that what matters is conscious experience, and the first trimester fetus lacks, which the first trimester fetus lacks, so abortion can remain a personal legal choice. Osco argued that the fetus is a human individual from conception and that all humans have a basic right to not be killed. His best move was separating I would save the 2-year-old from the embryo has no right at all. Unequal value in a tragic choice does not automatically prove legal permission to kill. Narrow win to supreme being Osco. Omnivore had a real framework, but he never sufficiently defended why consciousness is the rights threshold. Oscar was rhetorically sloppy and overheated, but pressed the owed answer at the center of the debate.
To be fair, I was jogging with my dog as I was dunking on Omni.
Can I say something real quick?
Absolutely.
I've heard a lot of abortion debates, and in a lot of abortion debates, there seems to be like there's a lot of equivocation between moral worth and legal worth, and those are two completely different subjects. And I feel like I hear one party argue that fetuses might not have any moral value due to the fact that they can't develop like conscious experiment or experience, and then the other party argues that like we should make it illegal to conduct elective abortions in that stage. And I guess those two arguments don't really connect because one side's arguing their moral standpoint and the other side's arguing their legal standpoint, and those two don't really coincide.
Yes, but I thought his point about that was the morals set the laws. So the legal standpoint is a moot point to whether it's okay to do it, because if we agreed that it wasn't okay, we might, or hopefully would, enact laws that made it illegal.
I suppose so, but then you'd have to argue what about the fetus in the first trimester gives it that moral worth such that it should be illegal.
Because it's a human, and all humans have it's a human, and all humans have basic human rights. If you do not grant all humans basic rights, then that gives people justification to do horrific things like chattel slavery, because they're arbitrarily choosing specific humans that they don't like and saying, well, they're not human enough.
It was a good debate. I really enjoyed that one. I thought that did well. Fetuses deserve rights like unconscious people is Oscar's point, and it's given that as slightly bigger than Omni's main point, that it's decided is first trimester abortion legality parallels ending life support. Which I don't think was your main point, but it's picked as sort of one of the weightier ones. And then a big gap in the middle. I don't know why. Good work. Okay, I appreciate that. Any other feedback? Any other thoughts, Mystic?
No, I do have some comments about some of the analogies that were made, but I don't know. I feel like it would just spark more debate, and I feel like we should just get closure on it.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it went well. I think you handled it well. I'm keen to move on because I feel awkward about the abortion one. Since we're on it, I'm going to stay on it after saying I want to get off it, and it is because it's a little bit like my position on eating meat, Oscar, which is kind of I don't feel great about it, but I'm still going to do it kind of situation where I think in order to preserve the rights of women's bodily autonomy, but more than that, in order to achieve really pro-social outcomes, one of the best things it appears that you can do for a society is provide both contraceptives and abortive measures. And that seems to lift people out of poverty, reduce crime, do all sorts of things. Like there was a really interesting one. I don't know if anybody's read Freakonomics, but they attribute there's this precipitous drop in crime in New York City, and they were saying, they wouldn't let them graffiti the trains anymore. It was it's not stop and frisk, but whatever one where people were just getting locked up. It's all these different legal things. That's what stopped the crime. And the economists
broken windows policing.
Exactly, the broken windows policing, bang on. And the economists were like, this is nonsense. If you look at the stats, other places were doing similar measures and they don't get the same effects. But when you allow abortion, you can just reliably go, in 18 years' time, crime will drop massively because the age of the mother at the birth of her first child is one of the greatest predictors of whether all of the male children will be criminals. And so it's a horrible thing. It's like, yeah, I'm willing to allow a kind of little baby genocide because what it'll mean is in 18 years' time, my kids won't get robbed as much.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on whether or not you believe in human rights or not. But to give Omni a little bit of an olive branch, I actually respect the fact that he would pick a standard, although I don't know if he actually believes that standard or not. But what you hear mostly from pro-abortionists is they will just say, "My body, my choice. A woman has the right to do whatever she wants with her body," and then they will not define a human. He's defining a human, not a human, but a human worthy of moral consideration at conscious experience or brainwaves. And if someone is willing to pick a spot, be it conscious experience, brainwaves, heartbeat, even first breath, I think that that's a much more a reasonable stance to take than just saying, "Well, we have the right to kill the baby no matter what," because that human's inside of another human.
Mm. Awesome. Any other thoughts on the abortion before we move on?
All right, same argument, but for cows. No, just joking.
They make it for cows. I don't mind.
Pigs.
I'm going to do a quick restart and make a new board. Yeah, because the vegetarian debate I quite like too, but I take Osco's side on it, where I'm totally down for eating meat.
I'm not doing a vegetarian debate.
Yeah. Go, Renee, what were you going to say?
Oh no, I was kind of laughing. I don't vegetarian debates the least fun. I hate abortion even more, so I'd rather do vegetarian than abortion. But
I took one for the team there, Eggs.
Yeah, you absolutely did. No, good on you.
Normally, I wouldn't do a abortion debate, but you know,
because it's a tough one to argue for. Because I think
it's not even that. It was the one black kid or 20 white kids, and I'm ashamed we got there. Okay, and I don't want to go back there.
Fair enough.
I mean, it was a good question.
Oscar didn't think so.
Though.
Oh,
I mean, it was clearly a red herring, but like the irony
I know you think that.
The irony of that question, in your worldview, you could justify killing the one black guy to save 20 white kids or whatever, right? Because
No.
you're arbitrarily picking
No, I
which
couldn't.
humans have rights.
It's a good one. It's a really tricky debate, I think. It's like a hard one to have as well, because the risk that we suddenly start like calling one another genocidal or sort of woman hating or something is tough. It's hard. It's
Or
a hard
calling
debate.
somebody a slaver, maybe. I mean, that could happen too. I think
Calling
there's
somebody a
lots
what?
calling someone a slaver. Oh,
Yeah,
well,
do you
you're
really
an
not get?
undefined
Do you really
slavery.
not
I
get?
mean, that's the kind of bullshit you could come up with as well.
Omni, do you not get my point? Do you really not get that? And I think it's pretty clear. If you're arbitrarily choosing which humans have rights, then you can arbitrarily choose something different than what you're arbitrarily choosing. And that's what slavers did.
I think the defense that Omni's already given is that it's got to do with where we assess the brain being capable of having what we agree is a conscious experience. That I think anybody would agree that, like pre-zygote, you've still got all of the stuff. Let's say you've got a singular sperm in one hand and a singular egg in the other. It's still somewhat arbitrary, I think, to go, oh, it's okay to kill them, or it's not okay to kill them. We're going to make an arbitrary line when we get somewhere, right? Preventing two people from having sex could be considered in that same vein of denying the rights to a potential human.
No, it can't. The only non-arbitrary line is the moment of conception, because that is when a new human is created. If you say it's brainwave activity or it's heartbeat, you could just as easily say it's IQ. Anyone under 90 IQ is not worthy of basic human rights.
So you're saying that if the limit were non-arbitrary, you would be more okay with it. So what then about ones where you go, there is a line, it might not be super hard, but nor is conception super easy, that says is and isn't able to survive outside the womb?
That's an arbitrary line.
I don't think it's arbitrary. Is and isn't able to survive outside the womb. That's objective.
Yeah, you're saying
dies.
You're saying
he's claiming that there's an objective moral line about human or non-human.
Yeah, and I think this is a moral line. It's a worthwhile moral line to say at one point one of these is parasitic.
Right, because
And
he, as far
after
as
that
he's
point, it's no
concerned,
longer.
right, because as far as he's concerned, his moral basis is objective and everybody else's is arbitrary. I mean, that's, are
No,
you
it's
new to this?
I don't think that's it.
no.
I think that's straw manning a bit. I think his point is to say first trimester but not second. It seems more arbitrary than conception. But I think the argument against conception is loads of those, like the vast majority of concepted egg zygotes, still get flushed, right? You can conceive a bunch of times before it sticks. Isn't that the case?
Yeah, but that is when a new human is created. That's when a new unique DNA code is created. Biologically speaking, that is when a new human begins existing, right?
But what
And
if you
so
said,
like just because most of them die, perhaps, right, does not mean that it would give us the right to kill them because most of them die. If 90% of people were dying in Africa because of some virus going about, that wouldn't give me the right to go to Africa and just kill someone willy-nilly.
sure, but I think that that's because you're arbitrarily defining a new human as existing as having unique DNA. But if I slightly less arbitrarily said they're only a complete human when they are self-sustaining, right? My definition of a human is that it doesn't live inside somebody else. And if I did that, that would be, I think, a much more objective definition. And like I said, I think you're getting away. You're rightly criticizing a murky, arbitrary definition, but I don't know why yours you would pick as the moment this sperm enters the egg, it's go time. But like I said, the moment before that, where I had that sperm and that egg, and went, oh, due to laws of determinism or cause and effect or whatever, these are going to become a DNA, and I already know what that whole code will look like when I put them together, put the two stacks of chromosomes together. Is that how it works? Anyway, let's imagine it does. That you could have somebody make as valid an argument for that, I think. So it will be at least to some bit a matter of taste where we draw the line anywhere.
I don't see how. I mean, I'm just using the biological and scientific definition of when a new human is created.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go. Definitely.
The point at which a fetus develops consciousness isn't actually arbitrary, and I think I heard that being mentioned. I did a little bit. I've done research on this before, and as we know it currently, a fetus develops the ability to exhibit consciousness and consciously process pain and suffering is around the 24-week mark, where they develop the thalamocortical connections, and then their peripheral nervous system is connected to their cerebral cortex, and that creates the neural pathways that allow them to exhibit conscious experience and consciously process pain.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that's why I gave Omnivore the olive branch, a little bit of respect for actually choosing a line, because it is not an arbitrary line to say consciousness, just like it's not an arbitrary line to say, well, it's not an arbitrary line to say brainwaves detection or heartbeat or even first breath, right? That is an actual line. However, choosing that line, say what?
Self-sustaining out of the womb, I think. It's not a clear here it is down to the second, like it is with birth or conception, but it is a objective and meaningful line, and defensible morally is my point about the parasitic one. It's defensible morally in that it requires the other human.
Yeah, but a newborn requires another human, and the problem with sustainable outside of a womb. Sustainable outside of a womb is dependent on time and technology. So then you're valuing a human in New York City more than a human in a village in Ethiopia or something like that, because they can't. A baby in a village in Ethiopia can't sustain outside of a womb like a baby in New York City could at Mount Sinai Hospital or something.
Exactly, that's how you should do it, right? If the abortion is an option, but because the only reason you're going to do it late is generally for the life of the mother, right? And
that's what people say, but I mean,
and if you're in a context in which the child won't survive out of the womb, then yeah, you draw the line in a different spot. It's only, but you're not getting an abortion in a different country or in a different time period. You're an individual getting an abortion in a place at a time, And the only thing that seems to me relevant there is, sorry, I'm not even sure that I agree with this is a good distinction for abortion, but I think it's a very important one for that it's whether it's arbitrary or not. It's not arbitrary, but it might be contextual.
Yeah, well, I can just say that like my arbitrary line is anyone once you have an IQ above 90, and then anyone who doesn't have an IQ above 90 does not deserve basic human rights. I would assume you would not think that's okay, right?
Right, but what are you testing there? You're testing there. I'm not just saying because it's objective, it therefore is moral. You're just coming up with another objective thing that is immoral. But sure, I can come up with objective moral or objective immoral. The issue is surely, is that a good objective moral thing? And I'm saying if it relies on the mother, then there is one individual in the world who is forced to suffer and experience risk in order that this one other person survives. Whereas once it's newborn, sure, it relies on other humans, but it doesn't care what their name is. So it can now survive and become a full potential human without its mother, without relying exclusively on its mother. And so that, because it is now untethered, is, to me,
but
a valid objective moral standard rather than what
no,
you're presenting is an objective standard, but there's no moral validity to it.
I would just say, like, if you're choosing an arbitrary line, that's not morality, right? So, like, that would be
I'm saying
my
it's not.
case. And, like, you can
I'm
come up
saying
with
the
a
line's
whole.
arbitrary. I'm saying line is 100% non-arbitrary. It is based upon a physician's assessment on the context that they're in and the time and the place that they're in to say, at this point, this child could survive or stands a reasonable chance of survival. So no, you're not allowed to terminate it.
Yeah, in the exact same way
objective.
that I could objectively make everyone take an IQ test and say everyone below 90 IQ does not deserve basic human rights because they're not real humans with, fully developed sapience or something like that.
Right, but that's a bad argument that I'm not making. You're creating a really silly standard, but no, I've never presented anything like that. You're making the silly standard there. I'm
No,
saying
that's how
meaningful
I
standard
think.
is
I
dependence.
think your standard is equally as silly as that. Just like it would be equally as silly to say, okay, black people aren't actually human, or a fetus
Why
isn't
do you
actually
always
a
go
human,
there?
because it's offensive to people, and I think it
But
like
black people
you
aren't relying on somebody else. Person with a 90 IQ isn't permanently reliant on one other particular person. That's the point I keep making. One of these
okay.
things
So you're
directly
okay.
annihilates the potentiality or the agency of another human being, possibly also
Okay.
risking their life. And all the examples you give me are like, what happens if I don't like the color of their hair?
Okay. Okay. So, okay. A husband and a wife are hiking in the woods. They get lost in the woods and they give birth to their child. They decide
So
after hiking for a day
I don't
that
think
they
that.
don't want.
No.
Okay. Can you just let me finish, please? They decide after hiking for a day that they do not want that child anymore. So they smash its head with a rock. Would that be okay?
I can make it okay if I can change the scenario so it validly matches what I'm talking about. So
No,
what you're talking about is
there
they
is
don't.
no other human that child can rely on. That's the whole point.
Fine,
It can only rely on the parents because they're lost in the woods.
I know, but I'm showing you what's missing. You can't just tell me what's in there. If I'm saying something's missing, reminding me what's in there isn't going to get what's missing. What's
I
missing
mean,
is,
it's my hypothetical.
I know, but I want to add to your hypothetical, and you need to know what I'm trying to add before you object to it. What I'm trying to add is, now add the thing, just this tiny little thing, that both of the parents reasonably believe they will not make it back from this hike if they continue carrying this baby. That this baby, the screaming is drawing in mountain lions, the feeding is impossible, the mum's not producing milk, something like that, right? Where you say, A, yes, in your scenario, the baby will definitely die without us, and we're making that choice. But B, it is presenting a serious lack or a serious risk to our ongoing agency, which is exactly a better match to the scenario I'm talking about, is reliant
No,
fully
now
on
you're
somebody
creating
and presenting risk to us.
you're creating an entirely different justification for a mother's ability to kill her child. Now you're saying, okay, she could kill her child if her life is in danger. Your previous justification was she can kill her child or she can't kill her child because someone else could look after it.
So it is solely dependent on one other person, and it damages, that is inhibiting, I think is the word I'm looking for, their free will. So it is making it likely that they die or suffer misadventure is the point I'm getting at. So there is this child needs care, and that care can only be provided by somebody who might be doing so in a way that could kill themselves.
Okay, but so your justification is if the mother's life is in danger. And I'm saying,
Yeah.
okay, if you're only okay with abortions if the mother's life is in danger, although I disagree with it, I'll just grant you that and say, okay, what do we do about the other 1 million abortions that happen?
Given
Yeah,
how that's like 1%, less than 1%.
Yeah, the late ones are virtually only in the case where it threatens the life of the mother.
Not that they don't exist.
Yeah,
There are
so
late
they're
ones.
the arbitrary standard. I'm fine with that. I'm not arguing for where the standard currently is. I'm just saying that at conception is not the only objective place to put it. There are plenty of other valid objective places to put a distinction. I'm not saying that that's where society currently does put this, that, if that makes sense.
Conception is the only non-arbitrary place to put it. It's the scientific, biological answer to when a human is created. It is created at the moment of conception. If you believe in human rights, you believe in human rights from the moment of conception. If you do not believe in human rights from the moment of conception, you believe in human rights for those that you arbitrarily decide deserve human rights, just like someone who has an IQ, who's a certain size, who's a certain color, etc. But I think we beat this to death.
Yeah.
But Osco, one white child or all of India?
Touche.
By
People who are not on the in-joke, if they ever go back through my channel, are going to be like, oh, Harry was a screaming racist.
I was going to ask, why does it keep being said that Osco is making an arbitrary point with the life begins at conception when that's the biological definition?
I'm not saying it's arbitrary. I'm saying it is. His claim seems to be that any other one is arbitrary, and I'm saying things like can survive outside the womb is a binary, right? You could. Let's hope you wouldn't, but I think you could go, let's test that and come to a clear answer. And the answer is not going to be 47 months and it's not going to be 46 seconds after conception. We're going to find a fairly meaningful number. And if that number is testable outside of human subjectivity, it must be objective. And he's saying arbitrary. So you can have objective and arbitrary, but then I'm saying there is also this element of completely relying on one other person, which is also objective and therefore not arbitrary. First breath is not arbitrary. So I'm not saying, I'm not saying conception is arbitrary. I'm saying he's suggesting it's arbitrary to the exclusion of all others. And I think many are objective and well-reasoned. Even if people might not agree with it.
No, I would, if you actually evaluate it, I would have to side with Osco in saying that conception is the only non-arbitrary point to the label to start a life, because even all the examples you just gave, survival outside the womb. So what happens when technology is invented that can make a 2-week fetus viable? And continue gestation outside the
but that's
womb.
already the case, right?
I know. I'm just saying that all other explanations for when life begins are arbitrary because there are variables that can change that would shorten the date. It would bring it closer to conception.
But that's fine. That's what I think we see in reality is, sorry, I kept clipping you there. That was very rude of me. But in reality, we see that as technology advances, so must our moral conversations. We cannot have a meaningful conversation about who you could drop a nuke on in a world without nukes. We cannot have a discussion about late-term abortions when late-term abortions are fatal for both mother and child, right? So I think we're going to be stuck in the context we're in order to resolve it. But I think you are smuggling in the start of life, where the start of life isn't necessarily the question. The start of life, it's about when do we confer rights? When do we confer personhood? When do we say these rules that we collectively say govern us now also apply to you? And what are those rules? Because I don't think they're objective. I think those themselves are made up, right? That you could.
Because I believe in universal human rights. I believe in universal human rights. You do not believe in universal human rights. You think that we should have the right to take away other humans' rights. And it's the same sort of justification that people used for slavery. I don't see how you guys are just completely missing that.
Oh, no, I don't. Yeah, I
have a
don't believe in
question.
universal human rights. I think that Like, I don't think that it would be impossible that you could get a future society that gets a kid with 30 IQ and just goes, bop, I don't care that you're a full human. I don't care about any of the things for whatever reasons. We just don't, we can't have seriously damaged people around, not with the amount of resources we've got. And that could be argued for morally. So I think universal human rights are a myth. Somebody was going to say something. Scotsman, I think. Mystic.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask, so Osco, you think, from what I understand, you believe that, like, humans have the intrinsic right to life when they, at the moment of conception, when they are biologically alive, right?
Yes, I can see no reason why we would place that anywhere else.
Yeah. But, like, in doing so, like, just simply being biologically alive, I don't think is, like, a valid justification for humans having the intrinsic moral right to life. I think you have to, like, further justify why biological life gives humans the intrinsic right to life. Because, I mean, like...
Yeah, I mean, Osco's...
Yeah.
I'm going to answer for Osco. Is that, like, it's one thing if you don't believe in universal human rights and then also believe that abortion is fine, because at least that's a consistent position. But most people who are for abortion will affirm universal human rights, except for in this one case. They pick and choose in the same way that, you know, the like African Americans were pick and chose for, oh, their life doesn't actually matter.
I think you're still missing the point that you are smuggling the assumption is about life when the contrary point isn't about life, it's about personhood. So then it does make sense to say, to question the personhood of a zygote, right?
We went from
yeah, just like it makes sense to question the personhood of a black person.
Yeah, it could be conscious, it could be personhood. Yeah, go on, sorry. Yes, go.
Just as it makes sense to question the personhood of a black person.
What do you mean?
Can I address...
You can't tell the difference between a fully grown adult black person and a zygote when we're discussing the rights of personhood? Come on. That's
Can I address this comparison between fetuses and people of color?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When you judge the moral worth of a fetus and the moral worth of a black person, you're judging those on a completely different set of criteria. Like, you're judging the moral worth of a black person based off of the color of their skin, and you're judging the moral worth of a fetus off of something completely different, whether it be consciousness, biological life, something else. And of course, someone who is pro-abortion does not believe that chattel slavery is morally permissible, because, I mean, at least I don't, because I believe what gives humans the intrinsic right to life is the ability to exhibit consciousness and conscious experience, like Omnivore said. And, I mean, when you look at fetuses and people of color, you can't make a comparison there without addressing their own autonomy and the ability to exhibit consciousness, because black people of color who are thrown into chattel slavery, they have autonomy that is being violated. They have the ability to exhibit conscious thought, have conscious experience, and they have the conscious ability to process pain and suffering, and fetuses in the first trimester don't. So you can't make this comparison without addressing consciousness in what makes...
Yeah, and the point is that
it's so stupid. It's just so weird, Yasuke, to bring up black people. Like, are you doubtful that black people have a conscious experience? And could you be comparably doubtful that a zygote has a conscious experience? Like, conscious experience might itself be an arbitrary measure, but I just can't get how you saw those as worthy of relating.
Because it was the point that Osco brought up.
Yeah, same as Osco. But I just,
so I'm not judging them. I'm not judging them based on their skin color. Like, people in history, I'll make the argument here is that, you know, black people just don't have consciousness. They don't have the ability to feel pain in the same way that, you know, us normal white folk do. This is obviously, like, not what I actually believe. This is just, like, for the sake of the argument. Is
Well,
that
I don't
all of
understand the
these
argument between them.
same levels of justification is that like it's not judging people off of skin. It's like something about their character. Like, you know, if I took the Mormon angle of they had the curse of Ham, and you know they were cursed in a way that other bloodlines weren't.
I just don't understand how it relates to personhood and abortion. It just sounds like an excuse to go into saying weird shit.
Because
What's
if you
landed
take the
for 'em?
concept, that like there's some distinction of okay, we can judge whether or not a human life has universal human rights or some level of expectation of personhood, then if you allow any delineation that isn't universal, then the point is that then all of a sudden everything is game. Whereas Osco's point is that it is universal and that there is no exception to Osco's premise.
What is universal and there's no exception to it? To what? To life begins at conception?
No, universal human rights.
If we're accepting the universal human rights, where do you draw the line then in cases of late-term pregnancy problems where an abortion is required to save the woman's life? How do you then balance? How are you making the judgment call on which life to save?
Got a good place I would put it. Ability to survive outside the womb seems like a pretty good and fairly objective and fairly morally defensible place.
Yeah, that's the point where it's not even necessarily like murder in the same sense of.
But it would be like even drinking too much, or like if we're starting to go, well, I can't tell what a human is, so I don't know where to confer human rights, so we'll start at a zygote. Wouldn't you be very quickly getting into the realm where you could say a woman having a poor diet while pregnant is interfering with the human rights of the child she might have, given she had unprotected sex recently, or given the unpredictability of prophylactics? She's now going to have to behave at all times like she might have a baby because, you know, there's a potential human inside there. To me, it just seems obvious that you've got to have a balance for this already existing human versus, because that's an important point, I think, is if zygotes spontaneously abort pretty regularly, like what proportion of conceived zygotes make it through to personhood? Because if that number's low, then a zygote isn't where life starts. It's where life sometimes starts if you run the gauntlet successfully. So
women who take drugs while they're pregnant should go to jail.
Yeah, but I'm saying if it's after conception, every person is going to have a period where they are unaware of the fact that they're pregnant, but they are fully responsible for the human rights of a zygote.
Yeah, what's the point?
Well, based on that, it's like the same as like
40 to 60%.
40 to 60%.
Yeah, are
So
natural.
it drops into a live birth 25 to 40% of the time. Most losses happen early on. Yeah, so that probability seems to weigh into a big bit where once you're survivable outside the womb, your chance of making it to adolescence or up is fairly high. But your chance when you're a zygote to make it to adolescence is odds on you're gonna get aborted naturally.
And just one other thing, the term a woman's right to choose, I don't know of any woman who's saying that she wants the right to carry a child up to 8 months of her pregnancy and then arbitrarily walk in and decide to have an abortion.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're in America because that's what most of them want in America. My body, my choice. I can do whatever I want.
He's saying voluntarily choosing for a late-term abortion, though, not just that they've got the right to abortion, but to be aborting one when it could survive outside the womb. I think you're going to find anybody who's having a late-term abortion is doing so with extraordinary angst and regret, like most of us should hopefully never have to experience. Somebody I know went through it, and it sounded awful. I would be
people who have
astounded if people are planning ahead of time for that to be the case.
People who have first trimester abortions feel absolutely awful too.
I don't think that's testing or responding to what I said.
You're just saying people feel really bad whenever they abort their babies. Yeah, because they just killed their child.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is. But you just use
late-term abortions. What I'm saying.
I know, dude, but it's the same with early-term abortions too. So yes, people do feel bad when they kill their child at 8 months, just like they do when they kill their child at 1 month.
No, again, how many people do you think are making the choice to walk in when they've carried a pregnancy to 8 months arbitrarily to have an abortion? How many people do you think are doing that?
It's a very small percentage, but I don't really understand
it's
what the
none.
point is.
Nobody is carrying a pregnancy
there's
to
never,
8 months
there's never
and going
been
in and
anyone.
having an abortion unless there is a medical necessity for it.
There's never been a single person who's done an elective abortion at 8 months. You're retarded.
And ahead of time is the crucial bit. That's what he said.
I've researched this a little bit. I haven't found a single case of an elective abortion occurring after like the 8-month mark. And even so, like all abortions in general, only about 1% of abortions
8-month
occur
abortions
after
aren't
21
elective.
weeks. Yeah, and almost all of the 1% of abortions that occur after 21 weeks are due to other outside circumstances, like mostly life-saving abortions is what occurs after that 21-week mark, and especially the 8-month mark.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we're arguing about 8 months because, like, I've never really stated anything about that. But the point being is that, like, most quote unquote life-saving are not life-saving. There's no reason to actually have an abortion. They can just do an emergency C-section. Maybe the baby will survive, maybe it won't. And that's not actually going to put the life of the mother in danger at all. But the reality of it, the vast majority of abortions are first trimester, but people still argue for carte blanche, open abortions up to any point. Even some super liberal people argue for the ability to have an abortion after birth, as long as the baby is still connected to the umbilical cord.
After birth.
I have never heard anyone ever.
Like the situation I know about was a missed diagnosis of a genetic condition that would have led to a baby that the prognosis for which was they very rarely ever make it out of childhood. They sometimes make it to 10 or 12, and they aren't known to make it beyond that with this particular genetic issue, which is probably a good thing because their diminished frontal lobe, because they're skull deformities as well, their diminished frontal lobe means that they can be very, very aggressive. And so this person had to go, oh, great, I've got a kid that almost is going to look horrendous, experience suffering for every moment of its life, and we will give up most of ours to watch it really slowly suffer and die. And the good outcome, the exciting outcome, is maybe it could live long enough to be a real risk to me and my dogs and other members of my family. And like it's just one that they test for very early on, and they almost always go, if you've got this, it's a good idea to get rid of it. And I don't, yeah, like I said, I think that human rights are a myth, and as such, we can ask the question any way we want, and we can say the health and safety of that family and the overall thriving of society might make us sometimes want to do things like a death penalty. Not a great thing, but donking sex offenders on the head, I don't mind that. I'm not saying it's moral, I'm saying it's effective. I don't know what morals exist.
If if you don't believe in basic human rights, then there's no arguing with that. Like you can just say, okay, like I think it would be better off if women can kill their children because I don't believe in human rights. And I would just say, okay, that's your opinion.
Well, but it's about efficacy for the, like you can say for the greater good or for a better future outcome or for a balance of rights between these things. I don't mean we don't have moral conversations. I think that there is a risk when we say basic human rights, we're sort of accepting an objective moral truth that doesn't exist. That I hold. Do you want to say what you say about? Oh, you go, Mystic, and then I want to hear from you, Renee, because you talk about force doctrine. I think that's an interesting place to take a discussion about rights.
I was just gonna say, like, I don't think this, like, the abortion debate isn't whether or not fetuses have the intrinsic right to life, or that human subjects have the intrinsic right to life. The real debate is like where throughout their biological life, like where throughout the pregnancy do they gain that intrinsic right to life? Because if like that's then you like then the debate's usually about like biological life versus whatever other criteria there are out there. But yeah, I just think it's like misrepresenting the topic if you say like it's either they believe in the right to life or they don't believe in, or like they believe in human rights or they don't believe in human rights, because like most if not all people believe in human rights. But
In
and that's
universal human rights. Universal human rights is the
Are we
question.
off the racism thing?
Yeah.
So like I believe in universal human rights. It sounds like you guys, well, Eggs admits that he doesn't, and it sounds like you two, Mystic, don't believe in universal human rights.
I mean, like, I don't believe a fetus has the intrinsic right to life until you consider like the moral worth of the fetus in terms of consciousness and the ability
and I don't
to,
believe
like,
that
consciously...
humans have right until you make them take an IQ test.
To Oscar, before we go to absurdities, like you say, universal human right. What is that? Like what? Like is there a list of things?
Great question.
It's negative rights. It's negative rights, primarily and first and foremost, the right to not be killed without justification.
Okay. So these constructs that you're like, where in nature do you find these things to make them objective?
I'm taking it axiomatically that humans have basic human rights.
Do dogs have dog rights?
Yes, I believe. I'm a vegan. I believe that animals have negative rights as well.
Okay.
Explain negative rights. Sorry, you go, Renee. I'll shut up.
Well, okay. So does a dog have the same rights that humans have?
No.
Okay, so we've made a moral distinction, right?
Yeah, but the basic right is we cannot infringe upon them, right? I do not have to. I don't have the right to kill a dog just willy nilly. If I'm protecting myself, right, then I have the right to kill that dog. But if I'm not protecting myself and I just arbitrarily decide, oh, that dog's ugly, I can't kill it.
So in the moral chain in which a woman chooses an abortion, what if they say they're protecting themselves? They could be protecting themselves from bad choices. They'd be like whatever, but within that framework, they could choose your chain of thought and get to a moral outcome that you can make a distinction on when life is, right? To them.
Well, they're not. I mean, like I could say that I can kill this dog because it's annoying me because it's so ugly, right? That would not be a justification to do it. But if the dog is threatening my life, I have the right to protect my life.
Okay. And you don't think childbirth is a lot less deadly than it used to be, but it's still not a 100% chance of survival. So like the thing is just the birth of the child is them risking their life.
Well, not really. B, they made that decision to risk their life.
So this is the thing. You want a harder justification for people to have sex. Then
If you have sex, you could get pregnant. If you get pregnant, that's something that you should be taken into consideration if you're having unprotected sex. If you get pregnant, then you are responsible for that life. Just like if I go to the dog kennel and adopt a dog, right? I have an obligation to protect that dog, not just to starve it to death in my house or something.
I get that, but those are two distinct, different actions. So people having sex, I would say in the majority of times you have sex, most of the time you're not thinking, "Oh, I'm going to have a kid," even if it's unprotected. But at this, like even with your wife, I mean, it's you don't have a kid every time. So you know what I'm saying? But when you go to a dog kennel, you will leave with a dog almost any time. You know what I mean? It's a different value set, essentially for the initiation of action. But what I'm saying is, it's at the end of the day, the mother has rights as well. And my main question is, who enforces these rights that you're talking about? Because in nature, those rights don't exist for us.
You're doing the Andrew Wilson thing? Is that what we're trying to get to?
No, I despise Andrew Wilson, but it's just people say I have the right to this, I have the right to that, man, woman, child. But the thing is, at the end of the day, you have to enforce your right. And I'm asking, how are these rights, these human rights, enforced?
I mean, I guess you could say we can enforce them through the government, right? But if you're asking for an ultimate justification, right? Like I'm not willing or interested in giving an ultimate justification, right? I'm not going to do the Torah thing or the religious presuppositional thing. I'm just going to say that I take it as an axiomatic, fundamental truth that all humans have basic human rights. And if you disagree with that, that's fine for you to disagree with that, but you're opening the door to disagree with you on what arbitrary spot someone else draws that line, which is why I kept bringing up the slavery thing.
And yeah, that's another leap. But what I'm saying is, it's that like for children, they don't have the right to vote. They don't have the right for these things, right? But they have the right to not be killed, willy nilly. If that's the only right that you can claim as a human right, that's a social construct. That's not a right we have in nature.
Yeah, I'm not saying that children or fetuses should have the right to vote. I'm saying they have negative rights.
I get that, and what I'm saying is, it's that who enforces these negative rights, even for the dogs?
I mean, that's not a moral question, right? That's a societal question, an ethical question. And I'm interested in what is morally correct, not who enforces that morality.
Well, the thing is unless that right is enforced, that right doesn't truly exist.
Yeah, it does. So you're saying that Black people did not have basic human rights when we had chattel slavery?
Because it wasn't enforced, it didn't truly exist. And then it was enforced, and then it existed.
Okay, so then all you're saying is might equals right. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
If you want to break it down to that base, but that's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying, for your right of your human rights that you're prescribing, the negative ones to the dogs, to the fetuses, I'm asking who enforces those rights. And I'm claiming that unless those rights are enforced, it's not a real right. It's just a theoretical concept of goodwill.
I mean, yeah, you're doing the Andrew Wilson force doctrine thing, and that force doctrine thing is an argument to say no one has rights unless you rely on Christianity. And I'm just saying I'm not even interested in going down that lane. All I would say is I take it as a presupposition, an axiomatic truth of basic human rights, right? And you have the right, quote unquote, no pun intended, to say I don't agree with universal human rights. But if you say I don't agree with universal human rights, then all of a sudden you can't have any complaint against someone who says, I don't think black people should have rights. I don't think negative 90 IQ people should have rights. I don't think women should have rights, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't have it. I don't have that, and then I ask for their evidence for their argument, and normally their evidence for those arguments are stupid. So,
It's
so that's the
usually,
thing.
I think there should be rights, right? It's like objective or universal human rights should exist. Therefore, I'm going to behave as if they do. That's generally what I hear is the answer against the force doctrine. Not because the true answer against it would be, here's how we know what is and isn't a basic human right, which is where you started, I think, Rene, which is if you can point to it in reality and you can say, here's where it's true that it's bad to kill a human. And once you've established that, you go, great, now we can work through these others where some people say that they have the right to, essentially we'll get into disagreements about what is and isn't a right, whether I have a right to walk down the street and not see men kiss or something might be. And if we can't solve that problem and the only apparent resolution always seems to be the prevailing tough guy decides what's what, then it does start to look more like rights are an agreed upon fiction, and where they're not agreed upon, they're not meaningful. And what is meaningful when they're not agreed upon is who carries the biggest stick. And that makes it seem like it couldn't exist objectively, because that would say that the meanest guy is in charge of reality, and that's just obviously patently false.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of my argument, though, a bit of like when you can't point to it in nature, a human right. We are nothing more than animals. We're part of the state of nature. We have the same rights that a dog has, if you want to go to that vegan level. But like I said, we have the same social we have a social contract between one another that allows us to assign rights, and that's literally the ability to enforce rights. You can throw out any right you want, but unless it's enforceable, it's just theoretical talk.
I mean, I agree with you, but like, I'm not really understanding what the point is. Like, everything you're saying is basically true, but like, that's why I just start out and say these are
There is no human
axiomatically
right.
my truth.
That's what I'm saying. But there are no human rights you can prescribe to a fetus. You're taking like a moral pacifier and trying to make a whiny. I'm not trying to be rude. An emotional type argument.
So that's what moral philosophy is, right? You're trying to decide what the moral foundation of existence is, right? And you're just saying there is no moral foundation to existence. It's just whatever the governments say, or the person with the biggest arms and the biggest guns say. You're just saying might equals right, and I'm saying I don't accept that, but that's fine if you do.
Well, I'm saying that in the end, I would say that's how the majority of things get settled in the end. In the middle, there's a lot of debate. But what I'm saying is, it's not even might equals right. It's you have to agree with me, or do you not agree with me that you can have a right that's not enforceable.
Yes. Like, if
what does
a
it mean,
guy,
right, that's unenforceable?
if a guy goes out and rapes a woman and he doesn't get caught and he's not punished, right? It was still wrong for him to rape that woman. You're saying it's not wrong for him to rape that woman because
No.
it's not enforceable.
No, that's not at all, because the rape is still enforceable. So that I mean, there are like statutes of limitations and things like that. I get that, but like
Let's
no.
say the rape is legal. We legalize rape in the United States. Then you would just say, okay, there's nothing morally wrong with that because there's no enforceable mechanism there.
If rape was legal in the United States, I would say there's nothing wrong with it because there's no enforceable measure.
Yeah, that's
No, I don't think that's the case. That's I don't think that's what force doctrine says. Force doctrine doesn't say it's right if a big guy does it. It says the idea of rights aren't meaningful if a big guy decides them. They can't be objective if a big guy decides them. It doesn't mean that they now become okay to do. It says having a discussion about what's okay to do is irrelevant in a world in which the toughest guy makes the rules. It is not a meaningful conversation. It doesn't mean that I start going, these things are moral. It's saying all things effectively are amoral.
Force doctrine is a Christian apologetic to say you cannot actually have objective morality unless you have my religion. And it's saying most people will just ultimately refer back to might equals right. And that's all it is. And that's what Renee's doing.
I think that's a form of it. I didn't think that was force doctrine. I think that might be how Christian nationalists might use it.
I thought force doctrine was like, it's like, oh man, like human rights are determined by like physical force, like strength or whatever.
Yeah, and that's what I found here. So force doctrine, I think you've got an Andrew Wilson thing in your head, Oscar, and that might be changing it. This is not saying it's right. It says the term force doctrine most commonly refers to a controversial philosophical and social argument claiming that physical force ultimately underpins all societal rights and power structures. So that says you get your rights. It doesn't say it confers what's right and wrong. It sort of puts the question of right or wrong to the side and says that doesn't mean anything. If I have a despotic government that doesn't enforce that it is illegal to murder somebody, then the question of whether it's right or wrong to murder is moot if I can't enforce that rightness or wrongness. And this is just about the rights, because rights are generally enforced with laws, and laws require a government. So it would be close to a Christian nationalist worldview, but it's not the same one that the Christians use where they say because God can do it, when God does it, it becomes moral, which is much more might makes right.
No, dude, it's just a form of Andrew Wilson developed this as a form of reductio, right? He's trying to reduce the atheist worldview to absurdism by showing them that they rely on might equals right, right? And so he will go down that whole path with them and just more or less accept them, and in fact argue the fact that they only get their rights because men do it. But it's a mechanism to get them to understand that they do not have objective morality without Christianity. That is the point of the force doctrine debate. And I would just say, I think it's meaningless to argue from there. You can say the rights are unenforceable, and I would say that's fine. You can say the rights are unenforceable, or whoever has the biggest gun has the most rights, or whatever. And I would just say that's not the conversation that I'm that interested in. I'm interested in the foundational, ethical, or moral, philosophical questions.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think you're upset like we are arguing the Andrew Wilson thing, but I feel like we're not. It's not saying.
No, I'm not upset. I'm just saying,
sorry,
like, if you want to say might
upset,
equals right,
that was an inflammatory thing to use. I don't mean that you're upset. It seems like your objection is to the Andrew Wilson argument of about might makes right. If you're strong, what you do is moral. Where the force doctrine, at least as I understand it, and I think you're presenting in the same way. Correct me if I'm wrong, Renee. Is just it could be right, it could be wrong, but that's going to be down to every individual is going to make that up. But if they have a massive voting block, that's when it starts to mean something. So it's about conferred rights are given by an authority or powerful system. It doesn't make them right as in, and it's a confusing we're using rights and right. Being rights doesn't make them right. Was that what you're saying, Renee? Because it's certainly what I'm getting at.
Yes, that was why I took it there. I wasn't taking it the next step.
Yeah, because I think the next step is wrong. I think that virtually might often can make wrong in that there are more things are dependent on it, and so it needs to behave in a moral way, and so it's more often judged more harshly.
Yeah, so what's the point of bringing it up? It's like, I believe I have freedom of speech. If someone duct tapes my mouth shut for the rest of my life, that does not mean that I do not have the right to free speech, even though that right is being infringed upon.
How do you determine? What do you use to determine that free speech is a right?
I'm taking it axiomatically. That's the whole point. I'm not. I don't like. I have my moral, philosophical, and religious justifications, but I find it pointless to argue about those. So I just say axiomatically, I believe in universal human rights. And if you disagree with universal human rights, I would just ask you to tell me why.
I would, but before that, I would say that you solely probably just have religious justification for this, and you entail those other aspects into it to try to just make the religious argument without having to argue the religion.
Well, to some degree, but my religion is a philosophy. So, like, I don't know what religion you think I am. Like, the way you said that makes me think that you think I'm like a fundamentalist Christian, which I'm not.
Any religion at all.
I mean, okay, maybe I don't know. Like, that's the whole point. Is that just becomes a diluted conversation?
No, I'm just saying. At the end of the day, your philosophy and all those things will reflect the religion, right?
Not necessarily. I don't think so. Like, I'm a Buddhist, so like you could say that's a religion or you could say that's a philosophy. Most people would say that that's a philosophy, not a religion. But there's no point to argue about that, which is why I just start off with the sort of base saying, the fundamental saying that every human has universal human rights.
So is that
Question.
arbitrary? What is and isn't a right, and when it starts? Your complaint about the pro-abortion view is that the measurement of survival outside the womb or taking your first breath is arbitrary, and it's not okay to be arbitrary about such things. But it sounds like you're saying I just take it axiomatically and I arbitrarily pick that life is the important thing, not conscious experience, not independence, or right? Are you effectively
I don't have
admitting
the
that your
energy to.
human rights
I
are
don't have the
arbitrary?
energy to loop back to this for like the 15th time,
Mm-hmm.
but it is a scientific biological fact that human life begins at the moment of conception.
Right.
I take
You're
it
not
as an
listening.
I take it as an axiomatic truth, the truth of universal human rights.
Right.
Most people say they believe in universal human rights, but then they arbitrarily choose some humans not to include under that umbrella of universal human rights. So if you just say, like you did, Eggs, I don't believe in universal human rights, I have no response or refutation to that because you don't believe in universal human rights.
You've not heard my objection. I'm sorry. My
I've
rejection.
heard it like 15 times.
Okay. Why you keep missing it then? I'm
Go
saying now a
again.
new thing. I know that you think we've looped back and we're saying the old thing. I'm saying your whole claim is that you take it axiomatically that these are human rights, but I'm saying you are arbitrarily using your own judgment, arbitrarily saying that is the only question I can ask about that fundamental human right that I've decided exists also entails that starts with life, not conscious experience, not first breath, not the point at which it can survive independently of the mother. You've still made an arbitrary distinction in there, and you've said, I've axiomatically chosen an arbitrary is-based distinction. So I've gone from the ought, as per Hume, to the is this when life starts. But I'm saying if your complaint is about what's arbitrary, you've arbitrarily chosen that the question is when life starts, not when the heartbeat starts, not when the brainstem develops, not when the blah, 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 right? So you're saying all these other people have this silly arbitrary standard. I move my arbitrary standard to a different point in the question, and now it's not arbitrary.
No, so you did just loop back to the same argument for the 15th time, right? I said I take it axiomatically universal human rights. A
Sure.
human life, objectively, scientifically, biologically, begins at the moment of conception. And so if you believe in universal human
Only
rights,
if you ask the
okay,
question
let
of
me
when we
finish because I don't
conceive.
want to loop back again, dude. Just
Okay.
try to listen. If you say I don't believe in universal human rights, or I don't believe in the human right the day after conception, I only believe in it 3 months after conception or something like that, that would
Sure.
not be universal human rights. So it's arbitrary on top of the human category, which I'm saying is what I take axiomatically.
So my question I have for you is why, if the right's about humans and not about life, why is the distinction necessarily when the zygote forms? You're saying that's objective, that's a scientific standard. I'm saying choosing what scientific standard you look for seems to me to be arbitrary. Because I could also say, well, the science says the brainstem develops da da da, and it's objectively, and in fact, Mystic was making this point about the connection of the nerve cells in order to bring pain to the brain, or other people might say conscious experience. I don't care if it's a clump of cells. All of those are still going to have objective science behind them, but will have picked a different point at which, even if they accept universal human rights, exactly as you're saying, they're going to pick a different point at which it's conferred. That point, your objection sounds like that they're picking that point arbitrarily. And my challenge back to you is, so is yours. Yours is
I've heard your
necessarily
challenge 25 times. Okay? Like we're literally just looping.
And you don't agree
the
with
point
it?
being, I
Oscar.
do not agree with. Just last thing, dude, because I don't want to keep looping on this. This is actually getting annoying. It was fun. Now it's getting annoying. There is a moment that a new human is created. I believe in universal human rights. So from the moment that a new human is created, I believe that it has rights. You can say, I don't believe in universal human rights. I only believe in human rights at a certain point, just like I could say, I only believe in universal rights once they reach a 90 IQ. Go ahead, Mystic.
Yeah. Is that all right if I just ask you a couple hypothetical questions to test your line of reasoning?
Yes.
All right. So it sounds like I understand you take it axiomatically that biological life gives humans the intrinsic right to life, right?
I take it axiomatically that all humans have basic universal human rights, and it is a biological and scientific fact that human life begins at the moment of conception.
Okay, yeah. So then you think like biological human life is what gives humans the intrinsic right to life, is what I'm asking. Because it sounds like that's what the assumption you're making sounds like. Or I'm assuming that's what you're claiming.
It doesn't give it to them, but yes, if you believe in universal human rights, meaning basic human rights for all humans, like I do, that also includes really, 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 really small humans.
Okay, so wait, so you're arguing that humans have the intrinsic right to life by virtue of them being human?
Yeah, that would be a basic human right, yes.
Okay. So I have a question. I take it axiomatically that humans gain the intrinsic right to life when they develop the ability to develop consciousness. And my question to you is, take someone else. Why should they conform to your axiomatic truth and not mine?
I mean, people can conform to whatever axiomatic truth they want to, because if we're going to go down there, ultimately we're going to end up in a religious argument, which I try to avoid.
Yeah, but you're claiming that your axiomatic truth is like better, lack of better words, than my axiomatic truth. And if you claim that anyone can have their own axiomatic truths, it sounds like you're kind of making a cultural relativism argument where people can have their own subjective beliefs that are all morally equal.
No. All I'm claiming is I believe in universal human rights. You're saying you believe in conscious human rights. Is that correct?
I believe in universal human rights, but my debate is what is considered a human subject morally, a moral human subject. And I believe fetuses who have not developed consciousness and the ability to consciously perceive like suffering, they are not human moral subjects in my eyes. They are biologically human.
Okay, so you think that anyone with consciousness deserves moral consideration, and anyone without conscious does not deserve moral consideration. Is that correct?
It's the ability to exhibit consciousness and subjective experience.
Okay, so you're a vegan then, right?
I'm not a vegan.
But why? I mean, the cow is conscious and exhibits subjective experience. And so if your line for moral consideration is consciousness and subjective experience, surely you would be a vegan then.
Yeah, but they do not have the ability to exhibit consciousness and intellectualize at the same level that humans do.
I mean, like a cow is smarter than a 1-day-old human. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, maybe. But then you'd have to justify, like, why. Like, I'm not saying all biological life. I'm saying moral human subjects that have the
Yeah,
ability
why?
to exhibit consciousness.
If your standard was consciousness, then I apply your standard to something else, and you say, "Oh, well, no, that's not actually my standard. My standard is humanness, which was my standard."
Yeah,
You see what I'm
but then you'd
saying?
have to. Yeah, but you have to justify why your like axiomatic truth that you hold is better than my axiomatic truth that I hold.
Yeah, but you just retreated to my axiomatic truth and said that it wasn't actually consciousness; it was humanness.
No, I'm saying moral human subjects. Like, I hold cows and whatever to a different standard than humans do, but I still believe that what gives humans the intrinsic right to life is consciousness, and or the ability to exhibit consciousness and suffer. And I can like I can clarify further why I think the ability to exhibit consciousness gives humans the right to life, and it's because when humans develop the ability to exhibit consciousness and have subjective experience and intellectualize, they gain a sense of autonomy and they have the ability to suffer. And I believe suffering is an intrinsically bad thing. And I believe it is also an intrinsically bad thing to violate another human's autonomy.
Yeah, just welcome to veganism, man.
No, I'm saying humans. I hold different animals to different criteria than humans.
Yeah, you're retreating to my justification, which is humanness, right? And so you started with consciousness, and then when pressed on it and showed that you would have to apply that standard to other animals, you said, no, 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 I just mean humans. And so you then are coming to my justification, which is the biological scientific fact that a human is created at conception. But are we really still looping on that?
No, because
I'm not trying to push you
I
back.
still like I'm not conforming to yours because whether animals have the intrinsic right to life is different than if humans deserve the intrinsic right to life. I don't believe you can equate those two when you talk about
Okay.
The ability to exhibit consciousness in relation to humans, because other animals do not have the same ability to exhibit consciousness subjective experience to the level that humans do. We have the ability to intellectualize.
Oh, okay. So if you are a human, but you're not conscious, you don't deserve moral consideration and you can be killed.
I believe it is morally permissible if they do not have the ability to exhibit consciousness. Yes.
Okay,
And
so
like because they don't have the
some-
ability to suffer.
someone is in a car accident and they get put in a medically induced coma. They're not conscious during that coma. So I have the right to kill them as long as I kill them before they wake them up from the coma.
It's not consciousness itself, it's the ability to exhibit consciousness. If they
Yeah,
still
so
have
you're-
the thalamocortical connections that give them the capacity to exhibit consciousness, I believe they have a moral right to life, because they can come out of that coma and still have subjective experience and live a life.
Yeah, and
If
the
they
baby
were
can come
brain
out of the
dead,
womb. The baby can come out of the womb. So you're saying just because they have whatever, I don't even know what words you're saying, but they have whatever they have that presumably the doctor is shutting down and making it non-functioning while they're in a medically induced coma. Somehow still they have rights, even though a baby will develop that in a week or whatever.
yeah, because a fetus in the first trimester has not developed the ability to exhibit consciousness, in that they have not developed the thalamocortical connections necessary to like to consciously process external external stimuli, whatever. It's that which I believe gives humans the intrinsic right to life, not consciousness in and of itself, but the ability to exhibit consciousness. And fetuses
Okay, so it's
within the
not
first
brain.
trimester do not have that ability.
What are you
It's
dictating
not.
as conscious?
Go ahead.
I'm curious because of the thalamocortical connections that you bring that up. What are you then like holding as what consciousness is?
I'm like consciousness, the ability to exhibit. Like it's not just consciousness in and of itself. That
No,
I
you have
believe
to
gives
define
humans
consciousness.
the moral right to life.
Because you gave a variable point for defining consciousness, so you have to define that.
Sure. Consciousness could be, you could say that like it gives people the ability to have subjective experience. It gives people the ability to
So you have to
process
define
pain
it.
and suffering.
No, you have to define it because you already gave a physiological foundation for its beginning, so you have to define it.
I have to, what do you mean? I did define
You're
it.
giving metaphysical analogies to kind of display what consciousness is. That we all agree upon it, but then you're giving a physiological source for it. So it
Yeah, I
has to be
believe
more than just metaphysical analogies that you're giving.
I defined it as like the state of consciousness is the state of being like, I'm not gonna say that. The state of being able to exhibit conscious experience or like subjective experience, the ability to process thoughts, feelings, sensations, external stimuli in a conscious matter.
You don't have that ability if you're in a coma.
But in regards to brain science, it's a hypothetical that it's even physiological in origin. So to isolate it as being the source of it as being the thalamus, that would be contrary to ongoing science. It would remain in a hypothetical.
What do you mean? No, like the thalamocortical connections are what we believe gives the human the ability to exhibit consciousness. Because it connects, it gives the pathways between the peripheral nervous system and the cerebral cortex that gives humans the ability to exhibit conscious thought, the ability to have subjective experience, the ability to consciously process thoughts, feelings, sensations, touch, pain, suffering, stuff like that.
That's hypothetical. That it's it's a natural physiological production, because we can't replicate it with the hypothesis. We can't replicate a thought in a jar through certain chemical reactions and then inject it into you. We can't do that. So those thalamocortical connections, that's the basis for the understanding on how that produces consciousness. So you wouldn't have that. I mean, because it could even be argued that the process of the cells that are dividing from conception, that unique genetic code, it developing the neural tube, developing the brain, developing the heart, it developing all these things, that shows forth a consciousness before the thalamocortical connections were ever even made. That there was a consciousness there that even brought forth the assembling together to produce that body.
Fetuses in the first trimester do not have consciousness. They are not conscious.
You can't run away and jump to that claim after I just gave you a substantive response to your claim that why it wouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're pressing me on this, but it doesn't even matter because consciousness is not what I believe gives humans the right to life.
That's fine, but you're taking a pretty affirmative stance by declaring that through the thalamocortical connections that's what produces consciousness. And you're using that as a foundation.
Because that's what the consensus of the scientific community says.
No, it's not. The consensus
Yes,
of the
it
scientific
is.
community is that we only understand 9% of the brain, and consciousness we absolutely do not understand yet. There are hypotheses that exist to try to explain where consciousness comes from, but the scientific consensus is that we don't know.
Well, yeah, of course, the consciousness in and of itself is something that's being actively studied, but we understand that consciousness arises when the
No.
thalamocortical connections are created. Yes.
No. No.
Throughout
Absolutely not.
throughout pregnancy.
Especially in the manner in which you were describing consciousness and its metaphysical analogy, such as being able to interpret feelings and emotions and such. No, in the sense of
That's how we define consciousness, is
no,
the ability
hold
to
on.
have those
We're
sensations.
talking about the thalamocortical connections in regards to the nervous system connections and all that has to do through the thalamocortical connections. Yes, that is known as a pathway for how those biological interactions happen. But then to take the metaphysical understanding of what we understand consciousness to be and isolate it as that is what consciousness is, that is not what science has in a consensusly declared. There's a hypothesis behind it, but not a consensus of agreement in fact.
I still don't understand what point you're trying to make. Okay, so what do you define consciousness as? Where do you think consciousness comes from? Because I'm invoking the consensus of the general scientific community here, and that consciousness arises when the thalamocortical connections are created, and the peripheral nervous system is connected to the cerebral cortex, and that connection is what creates the neural pathways that allow us to exhibit consciousness, in that we are able to have subjective experience, the ability to consciously perceive pain and suffering and stuff like that.
That's a claim, and this is actually a big reason why scientists that investigate consciousness end up being very big in metaphysics, because we don't have a substantive explanation for where the consciousness arrives. We have physiological hypotheses that include the physiology to try to deduce that might be the origin through chemical means occurring within the brain. But as far as that's a definitive, that is not accepted in the scientific community. As far as it goes, we only understand about 9 to 13% of the human brain. This is like Psych 101.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that, but that's also not what I'm saying. I am fully aware of the fact that consciousness is still a thing that's being actively studied. However, it is a consensus of the scientific community that consciousness, whatever it is created, or at least when we develop the thalamocortical connections, then we develop the ability to exhibit consciousness. That is currently as we understand it.
No, that's a hypothesis that you're latching onto to explain the life around you that you've encountered so far.
That's not a hypothesis. That's what's generally regarded as like truth throughout the scientific community. I'm talking neurology.
Yes, and I'm telling you that in regards to brave wave function, absolutely. As far as consciousness, no.
Then where do you think consciousness comes from?
There's a metaphysical attribute to life.
Which is?
I don't have to get to the nitty gritty of it. I can just give that as an explanation. There's a
you
metaphysical
absolutely do, because you're trying to dispute my definition of consciousness. So what is your definition of consciousness, and why do you hold that definition to be true?
Oh, Yahweh. Oh, that could be plain up here. Yahweh is the definition for consciousness. The voice within you, that law that operates your body to go unerringly without your conscious control, is Yahweh.
So you don't have a secular line of reasoning for why we exhibit consciousness?
No, but I was sticking to the secular line of reasoning to show you that you can't claim the point you were claiming. I didn't have to go to what I hold to be self-evident and true.
Yeah, but you're attacking my definition of consciousness and where it comes from. So then the burden is on you to describe what your definition of consciousness is and where you get it from and why that definition should be held true.
I'm attacking your definition based on the variables that you have constructed by the line of reasoning that you have offered. The terminology, the science that you've offered creates limits and bounds for you to operate within, and that's what I'm attacking by. Because if I can show you that those limits and bounds don't apply to what you're trying to isolate, then you have to get out of those limits and bounds and find another explanation.
And then you have to actually show why my line of reasoning is wrong.
I did.
No, you haven't. You're attacking my definition of consciousness and where consciousness comes from. In doing so, you have to provide your own definition of consciousness and where it comes from and justify why that definition is the more justifiable definition.
To point out something fallacious doesn't mean that I have to offer something else. I don't have to.
Okay, wait. So what about my line of reasoning is fallacious?
No, I'm
what
just
about
saying
me
in
just invoking
in order to
the
point out
consensus
that
of the
something's
scientific
wrong,
community is fallacious?
I don't have to give what I believe.
You have
It's
to
not
be
based on
able
what
to-
it's not based on what I believe that makes it wrong.
Yeah, but if
Okay,
you're just
so
saying
what?
it's wrong because
So
people
what
don't
is
agree.
making it wrong?
The
I asked you what.
I gave you the thalamocortical connections, or I believe they're called reverberations or radiations. But the thalamocortical radiations connections are not in science the consensus of the origin of consciousness. The consensus in science in regards to consciousness is that we still don't understand where it really comes from, because there are many instances that we have where those connections were severed, not made, not active, and yet someone still had an experience of what we call consciousness.
Can you point out what that is then? Can you point out a
You
circumstance
can
of that
have
happening?
a brain dead. There are thousands of instances of brain dead people.
A brain dead
who have
person does not have the ability to exhibit
no
consciousness.
brain activity, absolutely no brain activity, coming back and talking about vivid dreams, living full-on lives, which in respect, if the consciousness and certain of these interactions were based on neural pathway connections and firings, they shouldn't have occurred, because since those weren't firing, that consciousness, that interaction within the inner mind or whatnot should not have occurred. And since they occurred, it cannot be said in consensus in science that that is the origin of those experiences.
If somebody says they were
Can you
abducted by
point
aliens,
out and can you
that doesn't mean they were abducted by aliens, though.
can you like point out a specific instance of this happening? Someone that doesn't have their thalamocortical connections, and they are still exhibiting consciousness. They are still having subjective experiences, and they are still intellectualizing.
I just spoke of a brain dead person. Someone that's hooked up
A
on
brain
a
dead
machine
person does not
that's
have the
actively-
ability to exhibit consciousness. They do not.
That's
That's
the
the
point.
definition of being brain dead. They have no
No,
brain activity.
That's the whole point that I'm making, that the physiological brain activity does not dictate consciousness in the scientific consensus, because we have these cases where a person exhibits or expresses having consciousness at a time where we physiologically identify them as not being capable of such.
Yeah, but consciousness without thalamocortical connections does not happen. It doesn't happen because there's no neural pathway that allows people to have the ability to exhibit consciousness.
You see how you still keep going to it requires that neural pathway to exhibit consciousness, and I keep expressing to you that that is not the scientific consensus, and you're holding on to it as if it is. It's a good hypothesis, but we have enough cases that prove that that's null.
You have yet to provide a case. You have yet to like justify why the entire scientific community is wrong in that the thalamocortical connections are vital for consciousness.
You just did it again. You keep dictating that the scientific community consensus is that the thalamocortical connections are the origin of consciousness, and that is not the scientific consensus. It's a hypothesis.
Yes, it is. I don't know what to say to you. The entire field of neurology and like psychology agrees that the thalamocortical connections are the most vital part that allow people to exhibit consciousness.
Vital part that allow people to exhibit, not the source and origin.
Yeah, we don't know what the source
Thank you.
consciousness is. What I'm saying
you.
is that thalamocortical
you.
connections are what allow for consciousness.
Gosh, thank you. That's the scientific
don't know.
consensus. That we don't know the source of consciousness. That you can't
Yeah.
keep claiming that the thalamocortical connections are the origin of consciousness.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the thalamocortical connections
said it over and
allow
over
for
again.
consciousness. They allow people to have the ability to exhibit consciousness. I never once
If
claimed
it's
that the
not the
thalamocortical
source
connections
of
in and of themselves are
consciousness,
what give people consciousness.
That's the point, though. If it's not the source of consciousness, it can't be claimed that that's what allows people to exhibit consciousness. It can't be.
Why not?
Why not? Because then you would have an arbitrary marker of what consciousness is. You're declaring that consciousness is the result of effects given through the thalamocortical connection. And by doing that, you're claiming the source and origin of consciousness. You're already claiming
that is not
you
true.
don't know the
I
source
see
of
the
consciousness.
equivocation you're making. You're equivocating something.
You're using the thalamocortical connections as a physiological meter to show forth consciousness. But just because the meter or the gauge isn't there doesn't mean what you are evaluating through the gauge.
They're debating if thalamocortical connections source or just enable consciousness.
Oh, hold on. I see the comparison you're making. Or the equivocation. Not really. But you're falsely assuming that I'm saying the thalamocortical connections in and of themselves are what make people conscious. No. What I'm saying is that the thalamocortical connections are what give people the ability to exhibit consciousness.
Okay,
those are two different things.
That's perfectly fine for you to rephrase it that way. That makes the point even better that you cannot use it then as a gauge for why a fetus isn't considered a human being. Because if the thalamocortical connections aren't the origin of consciousness, you can't say the lack thereof in a fetus means doesn't have consciousness.
Why not? I'm not saying that consciousness is what gives human beings moral value. I'm saying that the ability to exhibit consciousness is what gives human beings moral value.
But then that's the issue, because by saying that the thalamocortical, because then you're signifying that the thalamocortical connections are the only gauge you're willing to look at to determine consciousness. That's a problem, because if consciousness supersedes preeminent over the thalamocortical connections, then you can't say that only by the thalamocortical connections can a human exhibit consciousness. You can't say that.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was saying. I was saying in the fetus development, when consciousness is the ability to exhibit consciousness is dictated by a bunch of different things, but it's the point at which the thalamocortical connections are created in fetus development is when the ability to exhibit consciousness occurs. And that's when I believe that fetuses have the intrinsic right to life.
Yeah, that's based on you utilizing the thalamocortical connections as a gauge or a meter to determine the expression of consciousness.
I'm not saying that thalamocortical connections are the only thing that allow consciousness to occur. I'm saying that thalamocortical connections are extremely vital for consciousness. Like, if you don't have thalamocortical connections, you are not conscious. You do not have the ability to exhibit consciousness.
Going back to it, you see, you see,
I don't understand
exhibit.
That's so hard to
You're using the term exhibit
resolve
in the
this?
sense of
It
display,
seems
right?
we're going in a bit of a circle here. Could you help us resolve this, Sage?
She said, fuck no, I
The
ain't doing
circle.
shit.
Yahweh says a gauge isn't the source. Mystic says no gauge, no display. Both true, but they're not actually disagreeing. They're talking past each other on exhibit. Mystic, you're saying thalamocortical connections are necessary for consciousness to be expressed. Yahweh, you're saying that doesn't tell us whether consciousness exists without them. So the real question, can something have consciousness it can't exhibit? That's the split.
Great point.
Or is there another way that consciousness is exhibited beyond just the thalamocortical connections? That's the point. Because if
you're
you can
essentially saying if we can't see them, if we can't see it, is it there?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying more look in another area for it being exhibited. I'm saying that I'm actually contending that it is being exhibited all the way through, from conception all the way through. I'm just trying to get him to see that.
Yeah, but could a rock be
Yeah, I
conscious?
reject that because fetuses in the first trimester have not exhibited consciousness. They do not have the ability to exhibit consciousness.
What is guiding the division of the cells and to form the organs and keep them in their proper order?
It's like that's genetic coding or whatever. I'm not sure entirely. That's a different
not
debate.
Consciousness?
It's
Why
not
doesn't- why-
consciousness that. Do you think that zygotes are conscious?
I don't believe your physical body is conscious at all. Like we're going into if we're going to go off of what I understand to be, the consciousness isn't dependent on the body. It pre-exists the body.
Yeah, and I reject that.
It's fine. That's fine. That's why I'm not going there. I understand your position and where you are. That's fine. I respect that.
Yeah, but like the reason I reject that is because I assume you're invoking religion. When you invoke religion, your conclusions aren't based on logic, they're based on faith. I can't argue against that.
Yeah, so it seems we've got to a bit of an impasse on that. I'm keen for a new topic. Who else is?
I am too.
Yeah.
We did that one to death, and I said to get out of it, and then I was the one that got straight back into it. So I'll absolutely take that, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, you did.
You said you were getting
did. I was waiting for a different one. Yeah, you did.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. What do you want, Yahweh?
Oh, you know.
Anybody?
You know.
You want to talk about God? Sure. I can give you the not God. Oscar, I think, can give you the not God. I think Mystic sounds like he would give you the not God.
Huh?
Are you a not Godder, Mystic?
I'm not an atheist. I'm more of an agnostic.
I'm a true sense agnostic in that I mean a specific thing when I say agnostic. What do you mean when you say agnostic? I'm a real snob when it comes to this.
Forewarned. Okay. When I say I'm agnostic, I mean I don't know if there's a God that exists or a creator because there's no way to prove it.
Right. So you're the what I look down my nose at and go, "Puh, they are wrong when they say they're agnostic." That is not what agnosticism is. But it is what most people say when they say it, and that's what definitions are. So I know that I'm being a snob and I'm wrong, but I'm still, that's not true. Well, actually. And my well, actually is true agnosticism. Oh, hang on. We've got to get a new board for this. Let's just, whoop, just a second. Okay, so that's just going to restart there. So true agnosticism in the old sense of the word, or a sort of philosophically strict sense of the word, says, yes, it is I don't know, but it is a crucial kind of I don't know. It's an I don't know that says, you actually haven't really defined God. And until you can tell me what it is, it's not a meaningful thing. It's like saying, do I have a flagenflog? And you go, oh, not sure. Could you tell me what a flagenflog is? And they go, no, it's mysterious. You know, can you show me a picture of one? Oh, no such a thing exists. And if you've got 40,000 different people who are all going, flagenflogs exist. Come on, tell us whether you think a flagenflog exists. And each one you ask has a different definition of a flagenflog. You're like, I don't think there's a meaningful question anymore. Like, I'm just going to abstain from answering because it's not a meaningful question. And that's what I think is proper agnosticism. Is that true? Can you fact check me on that, Sage?
Not quite. That's closer to agnosticism, the position that God must be defined before the question is even meaningful. Classic agnosticism, Huxley's coinage, is narrower. It's the claim that the human mind cannot know whether God exists. Not you
Oh, I got
haven't
that
defined
wrong.
it, but that's unknowable. Full stop.
Yeah.
Right, I got
I
that
feel like
wrong. Agnosticism. Oh, wow. I've been saying that wrong for years now. God, I've got stumped on really badly on 2 of these in the last couple of weeks. Go ahead. Sorry, go, Mystic.
yeah, I feel like I like hypersimplified it a little bit. I mean, if you do want to argue that I'm agnostic instead of agnostic, I could give my definition for God. I believe that God is like a supernatural personal being that exists outside of the universe and governs like the rules of the universe and whatever, and it's characterized by some sort of supreme power.
Right.
I don't reject that. I just believe that it is impossible to like get like qualitative or like quantifiable proof of that being the case. So I don't think we'll ever have any like I think it's impossible to believe that a God exists or doesn't exist because there's no proof at all that a God exists or doesn't exist.
Is that a rational stance, though? If that stance entails that you've encountered, like, it kind of decrees that you've encountered all claimed evidence or all information, period, to make such claim.
Yeah, I've stuttered. I've studied various faiths, most of the Abrahamic religions, and other religions such as like Buddhism, and other smaller religions such as like Sikh. None of them, I believe, have like I have no way of determining which one is objectively true because it's impossible to determine if a religion is objectively true. Like the God in a specific religion, I mean.
What makes it impossible?
There's no, like, you can't get proof of a God existing. No religion that I've seen has had specific, like, quantifiable or qualitative proof that a God exists without invoking faith.
That's two different claims, though. You made the claim that there's no evidence that God exists, and then you
can
made the claim that you haven't encountered any one that has provided evidence.
Can
I
I
believe
say
that
something?
if there is a God, it would be impossible to get proof of it.
Why?
Yeah, you can say something.
How would you go about getting proof or evidence?
The God, the deity would have to have provided it.
Some kind of, I believe that a God could be proven by some kind of quantifiable, measurable impact made that you can logically relate to the existence of a God.
Okay, so we have the Bible. Is that not good enough?
No, because believing in the Bible presupposes that you believe in God. You don't believe in the Bible, then God. You believe in God, then the Bible.
What if?
But you literally do believe in God. So what are you talking about?
I don't believe in God. What?
I thought you said you're agnostic.
I'm agnostic, but that doesn't mean I believe in God. I believe that the existence of a God is not provable nor disprovable.
Yeah, it's not.
Sorry, that's what
I'll
we're
shut up.
walking down.
So what do you think about
scientific
that?
method or evidentiary method? That's
Well,
what we
hang
have
on.
in the Bible is the evidentiary method.
Saying that
Aren't
there is a God is the claim, so the burden of proof to prove your God is on you, not Mystic.
Yeah.
The proof, yeah, we have the evidentiary method of proof, which is applicable in the courts of law, and that's what we have in the Bible. So if you want the scientific method, you're not going to find that in the Bible.
Yeah, but I could make a
No.
comparison, but I hate making the comparison because it feels super offensive. As I
You use
said,
scientific
believing
method to prove history. You use the evidentiary method.
Yeah, but believing in what the Bible says presupposes that you believe in believe in the Christian God.
Agreed.
So you
Agreed.
can't.
No, I'm not saying you have to, when utilizing the Bible as a piece of evidence. That's not how you don't have to believe yet, or even believe that the God in the Scripture is real. It's like if we were talking about the Harry Potter books, and we talked about the spell Avada Kedavra, right? If you know the books, that spells for death, and if someone is talking about it in some other sense, that would be incorrect. So you can use it to, even if you don't believe it, you could use it as a piece of evidence to correct someone who is holding on to it, even.
Yeah, but
Like,
in that instance, you're not using the Harry Potter books as proof that the Avada Kedavra spell is real.
mm-hmm. Agreed.
And
You're just using it to evaluate the narrative.
yeah, and
Yeah,
that's
and that's what
I'm saying too, is that you can't use the Bible to prove that God exists, because you need to believe in God exists in order to believe in what the Bible says. Belief in God presupposes
I
belief in what the Bible says.
I wouldn't say that. Because, well, first, what do you believe the Bible to be?
The Bible is a religious holy scripture.
It's just a collection of writings of men who had divine encounters, and they recorded what they saw and heard in those encounters.
Yeah.
And I think people don't analyze it from that aspect first, because if you analyze it from that aspect first, it does better in the sense of looking for evidence than it does like, oh, by me looking at this as anything true, I have to then like circumscribe to some like XYZ religion. You're just analyzing the record of men left behind of their claimed divine encounters. So there is a textual criticism in evidentiary analyzation that can be had when looking through the scriptures. So I'm not saying that the Bible itself is evidence.
They're alleged divine encounters. Like, we don't even know who wrote the gospel, for example.
Yeah, I'm not talking. I don't. Yeah, I'm not talking about even the New Testament. The Old Testament is strictly, by the authorship of each and every one of the books, is identified as being the result of a divine encounter. Almost every single book of the prophet starts out with, and on this day, in this hour, in this kingdom, when I was in this place, yada yada. It's like a time, date, location. The word of Yahweh appeared unto me and said. So there's this like continuity, like, and this is the thing, is there, it's spread over history, and there's a continuous character identified through these encounters. So on like a textual evaluation, it could be said there's something that happened. Something happened with these men where they saw something similar.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't take anecdotes as proof that God exists.
No, yeah, that's that's fair enough. That's why I'm trying to get it to the basis of where you can utilize the script of the Bible, the scripture, as evidence without it being you circumscribing to God existing while holding it as evidence.
I mean, there are numerous like events that are described in the Bible that like that are true. Like I'm pretty sure the existence of Jesus is an objective fact. It's just more so the question is about whether Jesus was like God speaking through the lens of human. And that's where I get the disconnect from, is because there's like you can't get proof of that. There is no proof of that. So it's like it's neither verifiable or falsifiable.
I mean,
And
in regards, like, this is funny. So my response, like where I sit, if I'm speaking as me, responding to that, I hold that the true gospel, the true message, does allow you to verify that. It sounds whatever, because I'm sure in your investigation in Christianity and all that, it's probably not the result you've had, and it wasn't mine either. Growing up in a Christian household, growing up in a Baptist church, it wasn't until I encountered knowledge that you couldn't find anywhere else, and people sometimes think it comes from your imagination, not knowing it's knowledge that's out there for them to find too. That allowed me to call on Yahweh and have a result testifying to the validity of that which was laid down. So I would contend that in the narrative, like we're talking about Harry Potter, right? Because like if you were talking about Harry Potter, right, and someone was contending that oh no, there's Harry Potter, something real, right? And one way you could prove that would be like what? If there was some way that one spell was talked about and the wand was made some certain way, and you managed to make the wand, and you had the spell down perfectly, and you did it, and the spell worked, that gave you validity to what was written in Harry Potter, so to speak. And I contend that the true gospel actually has that power of validity. And I mean, this is funny because I this is why so many people fall away from Christianity, because it's not the truth, and so when they put it to the test, it has no results. So part of the narrative in the scripture is that with the true gospel, you do receive evidence of the Creator. So would that be something to consider?
could be it just depends on what you're referring to. Because I mean, it's been years since I read the Bible, so admittedly I don't remember much from it. But reading the gospel, I never really saw anything in it that like there's absolutely anecdotal evidence for the existence of God, but the thing is there is no way to quantifiably prove the existence of a God. Or yeah. And I mean, there are a lot of things in the Bible as well that are like disputed. When like if you look through it in a very literalistic sense, there are a lot of things in the Bible that are disputed by like modern day observation, such as like the Great Flood and the creation of humans. Those are two theories that explain two different like events. However, I believe that like there's a lot more empirical evidence to describe, you know, how humans began existing and you know, universal flood and stuff. That doesn't really relate to God. I'm just like pointing out stuff in the Bible that, you know, are disputed by modern day observation. And so I'm mentioning that to like show that you can't hold the Bible to an absolute standard on which you base the reality of stuff. You can do so. It's just based off of faith, and faith is not something I argue against.
So what instances are you talking about? Because most that you referenced could be countered and could be argued against as there being solid evidence for those situations and for those historical incidents to have occurred, like the flood and things like that. There's it could be contended. Plenty of evidence for these events.
Yeah, I mean, like in the instance of the creation of humans, which I believe was like over 6 days, and the creation of just like everything as a whole, that God created the universe over the course of 6 days. Is that correct?
I don't hold that.
Okay.
I believe. So I hold that the 6 days accounted for in Genesis is Moses accounting for a 6-day vision he had atop Mount Sinai, and he's accounting for what he saw happen over the course of 6 days. But he also accounts in chapter 2, verse 4. He says, "This is the generations of the heaven and earth in the day that they were created." So he has an account of it happening instantaneously, and he has an account of seeing something happen over the course of 6 days of vision. Not that it took the creation 6 days to actually occur. When he actually gives that statement in reference, he's speaking of it as though it's happened instantaneously. So I know that, yeah, that's not the same as what a lot of Christians hold, but that's one of the things I'm contending about is that the true narrative of what's actually written would provide evidence.
Say that last part again. My dog barked.
The true narrative or doctrine of what occurred would provide evidence.
Yeah. I mean, there is, like, I'm not disputing the fact that there is plenty of evidence for the existence of God. I just don't believe that that evidence is sufficient enough to prove the existence of a God. Because, like, I don't like using this point because
Go ahead
I
and
feel
use
like,
it. It's fine if you
yeah,
feel it's offensive. Go ahead and use it.
like there are a lot of like events that are listed in the Bible that, I mean, I personally attribute to, you know, people back then not having access to like modern day technologies that would allow them to like deeper delve into the causes of such events. And so that's something I consider when I read about like different miracle events and stuff.
You think of the Red Sea?
The Red Sea, I mean, it's more anecdotal stuff that like I don't personally believe in. And yeah, just based off of like, and this is based off of my like modern day knowledge of uh physics and stuff, that is unreasonable to have occurred. And if it did occur, I have no way of knowing because the only evidence I've seen for it is anecdotal, as listed in the Bible. And so I don't hold it to be true.
Yeah, there are
Because
certain things that you would have to have that specific deity be proven to be a fact to then accept those as being fact.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
then yeah. And then I guess this goes back to like my belief that I mentioned earlier that I like the concrete existence of a higher being, such as like a theistic or deistic creator, is not provable or disprovable. There is no concrete proof of them existing or not existing. And so I say I don't know.
I say it's improbable. I say it's almost invokes logical impossibilities to me. Like, are they subject to time? Did they create time? Could time have been created? Which is, I think, what the creation story is, right? There wasn't any time, and God was the uncaused cause that exists outside it. That doesn't seem possible to me, because it says there's a sequential cause of events that leads to causes of events starting.
And that's what I would contend. There was no 6 days of it taking. So that would be having time without a timekeeper. Because like the timekeeping is by the movement of the sun. Like if the sun doesn't move, if there's no sun, how do you keep time? What happened? You start counting?
Hold up. I think you're mistaking the measurement or detection of something with the thing itself, right? That's like saying speed is my speedometer or temperature is my thermometer, right? The movement of the sun is just how you determine roughly what time it is, but it's not. Time isn't dependent on the sun, right? That would be the necessary conclusion from what you're saying.
What is time without the sun? Without a timekeeper? That's eternity.
I mean, are you
timekeepers like temperature without a thermometer? Go for it. Sorry, Mystic. I didn't mean to steamroll in. Beg pardon. I'll back out.
You're fine. Are you like you're saying that time is a thing that objectively exists? It's just we don't know why time exists, and that it would be illogical to attribute existence to God. Is that what you're saying, Riding on Eggshells?
You give this to me yesterday. Somebody gave me this argument just yesterday, and I'm really enamored with it. I thought it was you. Which is time. I would say the only meaningful definition I've heard is it's a sequence of it's something in which causation happens. Right, so it's about sequencing of things or change, right? A change of state. And if that's it, then it says beginning to exist, particularly because you have to have God, then time, then the universe for it to exist within, right? Because the universe cannot predate time because then it's got no time within which it exists. So that's why we have to have time first. But then that pushes the problem back once, which is we have a state with no time. That is then turned into a state in which changes in state can start to happen. And how can the point at which changes in state start be itself a change in state? So your time must always exist. You can't have, because otherwise you go, well, what happened before that?
Mm-hmm. Where time is simply set by a timekeeper.
Yeah, and I guess like the disagreement we'd come to from this is like what gives rise to time? Like why exactly does time exist? Like what gave rise to time, I guess.
I don't think it's given rise to. I think that it is fundamental. Like it just is. It doesn't need to be given rise to anything. For anything to happen, it must happen. Space and time must exist. So space and time must, God must be contingent on those. Otherwise, he doesn't exist. He can't exist at any time in any place. And I would also say God is contingent on us, right? Think about a God pre-universe or world or earth. What is he? I'm a God pre-universe or earth. I'm intense. I'm all powerful to a thing I haven't created yet. Right? What does it mean to be benevolent towards beings that don't exist? None of my attributes make any sense until I take the step of becoming a creator of a place with sentient beings, and then their existence validates me. And that's pretty much what the Bible says too, right? You've got to keep worshipping me, stop worshipping those oxes and making false idols. It shows that God is contingent on us far more than we are on him. So yeah, in response to your point, without a timekeeper, time is eternity. I'm saying that's like saying temperature without a thermometer doesn't exist. Right? Time can pass, and the sun is a good way to detect it, but so is a clock, so is a sandglass, so is a candle. It doesn't say that when the candle goes out, time stops, and that's what I think you're saying with the sun. Time just is a sequence.
Absolutely, because time is the measure of the duration between a change. And if you don't have something non-arbitrary to measure it by, what is time? But an arbitrary calculation. What happens when the calculation stops? How do you even start it back up again? How do you know how long has passed if you don't keep counting?
I don't know what that means. What do you mean start it back up again? Start what up again?
So like, okay, let's hypothetically, if the sun was at its zenith and didn't move all day long, right? And there was no night and it just stayed at its zenith. Where would time be without you counting like 1, 2, and then determining your speed of counting? Where does time not an arbitrary thing?
Everywhere it's not arbitrary. I mean, you could say it somewhat gets a little bit relativistic at very fast speeds, but I don't hold to any of that nonsense, so I'm not going to defend it and I'm not going to claim it. And,
time dilation.
Yeah, time dilation could be a thing, but outside of that, it's not meaningful to humans who are on the same spinning rock. Time is absolutely objective. Are you saying that it is dependent upon the experience of it passing? It sounds like that's what you're saying.
Absolutely. Because without any measurable experience of it passing, what is time? If time is a measurement of passing.
But it sounds to me like what you're saying is if a tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? Are you saying something similar there?
No, because we have a steady, unerring calculation for time, and that's the sun. That's why I'm using the essence of what we live in.
I don't think we do. Do you know the sun is early and late by 20 minutes every year? It gets 40 minutes variance because of the elliptical nature of its orbit. We never knew this very well until we started getting good timekeeping, and then they were like, I thought it's changed.
No, the evaluation of time changed.
No. The point at which midday is, so your midday doesn't change on your clock anymore. That stays giving you even days throughout the year at 365. But the equation of time will show you that the sun is early and late throughout the year, that it will sometimes be at its zenith and start going back down before midday and after midday. And only at, what is it, your local equinox, is it said to be bang on because
that's even more to the point, because before there were clocks, people went by the sun. So midday is when the sun is at its zenith, no matter what. Now, if you have a steady calculation for time and you notice the sun isn't keeping to your calculation, it's nothing off. And it's not that midday, it's not that the sun is up at its zenith before midday. It's your calculation for midday that's off.
But sure, well, you're saying if we get the time and my watch says it's 12 o'clock, but the sun's at 11:40, I'm wrong?
Your watch is wrong. The sun is what dictates the time.
Then what that says is when we set clocks with cesium atoms or whatever, I don't know what we do, we set very precise clocks. Even this one on my watch, I can kill its internet connection so it's not getting externally updated, ignore daylight savings and all of that nonsense. It will get wrong and then right again and then wrong again and then right again across the course of the year. And what that tells me is if you're right and the sun is what sets time, time stretches throughout the year. Time gets longer and shorter imperceptibly.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for
Sorry,
it. Sorry,
I
I charged you on yours. You didn't be asking for permission. Go, go, go.
I just wanted to point out that there's a difference between calendar days and sidereal days. Sidereal days are like a sidereal day is the time it takes for Earth to complete one rotation around its axis, and like a calendar day is slightly different from that. I'm not sure by how much, but it's a little different, and so like that's why we have daylight savings is or not daylight savings. That's why we have leap years, is so we can keep sidereal days and calendar days as much in sync as we can. But yeah, and like the sun will like always rise and set at different times throughout the year, and that's just due to like your geological location on the Earth and whatever. I feel like when we talk about time as we know it as like seconds and hours, we more refer to the calendar day and not how the sun moves in the sky in relation to sidereal days. That's just how I think we do it. I think that's like the normative way we perceive time in society. I may be wrong though.
No, that's right, because if you go before clocks, before clocks on your wrists or anything like that, you still had people that kept time by the 4th and 5th and 6th hour of the day. And they had a way of timekeeping, but it was based on the sun. And if you were, from the future and you came back with a watch and your watch was like, well, no, in actuality, it's not really 12 o'clock. They wouldn't care. That's where the sun is. That type of thing. And through history, through us setting, I don't know, I guess you could say like when the clock started, like they probably, when the first clocks were like started. We're not talking about sundials, but like our analog clocks and whatnot. When they were started, they were more than likely at the right time. That clockmaker was probably setting it at 12 o'clock based on the 12 o'clock he saw in the sky. And from that point on, we kept that time, even though, like you pointed out, eggshells, the sun will be at 12 o'clock at different supposed times. So, like, what's really the timekeeper, the watch or the sun?
Well, the time is objective. My claim is that. Sorry, you go, Mystic. I got to shut up. I got to stop doing that.
I'm actually I wouldn't know. I'm not too sure how they like. I guess it makes sense that if they use a sundial, the sun would rise and set at different times, but I feel like it would still be at the same point in the sky at noon.
No, so the equation of time is because we're elliptical in our orbit. None of this I knew until I started arguing with flat earthers. Which means we're closer at one bit and further at another. We'll be moving faster when we're closer and slower when we're further apart. So we are speeding up and slowing down in our orbit while having no energy put into the system, which is already a wild thing to accept. What that makes is the equation of time, which is that I'm pretty sure it's this way around, during our southern hemisphere summer, the sun is ahead of where it should be in the orbit. So it's sort of not quite on midday, and then midday comes and goes, and it rises and then falls. And then at one point, which is proper midday, which is what everybody, interestingly, until we had good timekeeping, everybody treated midday as midday, and nobody, even though they were, I think, theorizing, Omni's going to correct me on this, I think they were theorizing about the ellipticalness of an orbit, but they theorized that an elliptical orbit was unsustainable. And they didn't know about a lot of that stuff. Maybe they still did know about that figure 8 thing that happens in the sky. But
the analemma.
Yeah, the analemma. But they, to my knowledge, didn't think that this happened until they got good timekeeping in order to figure out longitude. And when they figured out longitude, they were like, holy shit, the sun's late. And we like, as in it's within the last 400 years or something like that, we've worked this out. And that to me says that time is objective. How many sand grains fall through will be predetermined such that even if I stop looking at it, it will take a certain amount of time for a change to take place. If I put lamb in an
So
oven,
I
don't
disagree.
okay.
I disagree. Because relativity tells us that simultaneity is an illusion. And we can't measure the one-way speed of light.
So without a timekeeper, you can't really dictate the duration of something.
Sorry?
Without a timekeeper, you can't dictate the duration of something. I mean, I know today that we go off, what is it, the half-life of the cesium atom. But I contend at different environments that half-life is either
It's not really
raised.
the half-life, though. It's the oscillation in
The oscillation, okay, yeah, the oscillation of the cesium atom. But in different environments, the cesium atom oscillates at a different rate. So that would make the use of it for time arbitrary.
Why do we think that?
Because the oscillation rate matches what we have dictated 1 second to be. And so if the oscillation rate changes in a different environment, then it's not the oscillation. The 1 second is not intrinsic to the cesium atom.
So that's not what we're talking about. So when you have a cesium atom oscillating in an atomic clock, it always, and you watch it, no matter what environment you're in, it always oscillates at the same rate.
No.
Yes.
They have the issue where it seems to slow down at high altitude.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. When you are watching it, it always oscillates at the same rate. It is when you return to your second atomic clock that you find out they show different times have passed.
That means they're not oscillating at the same rate.
Correct, but you don't ever see one of them oscillate more or less times a second than it's supposed to.
It doesn't matter. The evidence is there that it did.
I agree.
So that would mean that the dictation of the cesium atom's oscillation being equal to 1 second is an arbitrary correlation.
Well, you have 1 second wear. You're wearing your stopwatch. You're watching your stopwatch run at the same speed.
That's fine. That's because the watch has an engineer, and that engineer dictated what 1 second is.
Yes,
and so
and that
the dictation of the engineer, the oscillation of the cesium atom matches the dictation. So then the engineer says this oscillates at 1 second, but the 1 second oscillation is the 1 second isn't intrinsic to the nature of the cesium atom, because the evidence shows that there's a difference in oscillation in a different environment.
Your clock, your stopwatch will show the same difference as well.
We measure the oscillation of a cesium atom under very, very specific conditions to derive the definition of a second.
Your stopwatch will show the same effect. Your stopwatch will show the same difference.
That's an ontological order error, though, with what you just said, Mystic, because the second was decreed before the understanding of what a cesium atom is. So we didn't derive the definition for a second from a cesium atom.
Yeah, I'm talking about like when you were like, I understand the second was like what do you call it, invented or whatever, or like for better words, before we understood the oscillation of the cesium atom. I'm just saying, like, you're saying that like the cesium atom oscillates at different rates depending on where it is and like under what conditions it is. I'm saying like when we relate the oscillation of a cesium atom to the second, we do so under very, very, very specific conditions.
Agreed.
Very.
Yeah, that's my point. That's exactly my point. The cesium atom doesn't dictate what a second is. We're
What is
attributing
the
the
real-
definition of a
What
second.
is the real second?
The real second is a fractionality of the degrees of the movement of a sun over a sundial. Like that's where you get your hours and your minutes, and you further fractionalize that based on the movement of the sun. Like our
So
time is based and derives from the movement of the sun, and we have translated that timekeeping to analog clocks and digital clocks. Like that's what I'm trying to get to be understood here. Is that
no, yeah,
time?
I just okay. You've settled it. You declare that the only real time is movement of a sundial.
That time is based on the movement of the sun.
That's your declaration.
Let me say something.
I don't think that's accurate.
That's okay. So the second, like how we originally defined the second, in relation to like the sundials and whatever, that's how we originally defined the second, but that's not how we define the second today, because Earth's rotation like changes over long periods and wobbles, and that would change the duration of a second.
No, that's what I'm
If you
saying. That
consider
like
that.
I did consider that, and that's what I was making known when I talked about when the watches were first started, when the clocks were first started, not sundials, but like analog clocks, engineered clocks, mechanical clocks. When they were first started, they were based on the day that they were started in. So they utilized the day. They weren't keeping it based on every day that passed by. Yes, some people might have, like when they got their clock or whatnot, adjusted it to 12 o'clock based on the movement, like where the sun was. And maybe that person, when they went down the road a few houses, some guy got his earlier in the year and he based his on 12 o'clock at that rate of the sun. And he might be like, hey, why is your clock off by like 10 minutes? You know what I mean? Because they started their clocks at different times of the year. But because it's so standardized now, and you know everybody goes, it's all relation to a digital clock that everybody's tuning into to standardize their time. You don't run into that anymore. But when they were first started, their seconds, their minutes, their hours were based on the physical location of the sun at that time of day.
Yeah, but I mean, so
I mean, nobody's disputing that.
So
yeah,
time started being kept and observed through the motion of the sun.
Yeah, that's how we started measuring
so that
time,
was
but
how
that
we
doesn't
started
mean
doing
time
it.
didn't exist before that.
That's why I gave the hypothetical of the sun being in its zenith 24 hours a day. Like actually you can ask the guys who went to Antarctica. If you were outside at all, if you didn't have a clock, would you be able to tell time? I mean, yeah, you'd have all the things you did during the day, but when you woke up to like when you ate lunch or when you decided to eat lunch, could you tell how much time had passed? Or was it like you really just ate breakfast and a little bit later you got hungry and ate lunch, but you couldn't tell time?
You could, well, yeah,
Can I
because
ask-
the sun moves in a circle. So depending on where it is in that,
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm going further than just sitting in its zenith.
Can I ask you a question? Let's say, and it's a sort of wacky hypothetical, but let's say I'm baking a leg of lamb, roasting a leg of lamb, sorry, it's baking, roasting a leg of lamb, and the sun ceases to exist.
oh, thank
And
God
it
I was
doesn't
good.
cause any issues. Like it doesn't, we're not saying the Earth spins off its axis flat, but if you just contend that the sun could cease to exist in this highly improbable scenario, would my leg of lamb ever be done?
No, I contend that yes, there's a process. There's a process that would occur where the leg of lamb would be done. Yes, I'm saying, how would you measure that on a standardized basis that wasn't arbitrary?
Sure, but do you agree that what we're now establishing is that objective truth exists as to whether the lamb is done? What we are questioning is, how do I measure the passage of time? Would you say that if we agree that the passage of time of the roasting of a leg of lamb is in some way objective and consistent, then we could measure the passage of time in roastings of lamb?
If there
And
was
what we
consistency to it, you could use it as an arbitrary measurement to
arbitrary?
something going on.
Hang on,
Yes,
why would it be arbitrary? It's about the roasting of lamb, which is objective.
because
Sometimes it's been
the
burnt.
roasting of the lamb it becomes the arbitrary standard for everything.
So what you pick to call a second
like
is
it's like
arbitrary. I would agree
it's like
there.
no, it's like semi-objective, but it's still arbitrary because
Well,
there's
no. Is
variables that
is
can
it
change.
objective? Is it objective? Is the question I'm asking. Is object? Does lamb objectively burn even with or without the sun's existence?
Absolutely.
So it's an objective measure then. We could objectively measure time.
Let me say
such that
something.
if one person said it's been an hour and another person said it's been 100 years, you would say one of you is objectively wrong because I would burn too many lambs.
No, you would
Can I say something really quick?
your measurement would be the baking of a lamb. There would be no hour or years that anybody could say anything by.
Go,
I agree with I agree with Yahweh is King on this. The fact that lamb cooks is an objective fact if you like heat it to a certain temperature. That's an objective fact. It's just the basis on which we define time is completely arbitrary. That is true.
Yeah.
The way in
absolutely.
which we define time is arbitrary. And
Absolutely agreed.
I mean, something being arbitrary and something being objective aren't necessarily mutually they aren't necessarily mutually exclusive in this case, because I mean, time objectively exists, but the way in which we define time is arbitrary, or the way in which we measure time is arbitrary.
Yeah, we can do physics using imperial, but it's difficult. How we annotate it doesn't matter. What matters is whether a kilo is a kilo and it measures 10 by 10 centimeters and boils at 100 degrees. And those are things that are objective and we can tell. Same as if somebody's watch says it's been 10 minutes and somebody says it's been 10 hours. We don't need the sun. The truth is in the background medium. It is in the reality, the existence that we share. And these are devices for measuring it. It seems like you are conflating to me. It sounds like reification, if I might, Yahweh, where you are mistaking the timekeeping for the timekeeping, what the timekeeping measures. It's like saying that, like a thermometer is the temperature. Right? Temperature couldn't exist if we couldn't detect the temperature. And that's, I don't think it makes sense.
No,
Are you not?
because temperature is a physical attribute. It's not the same as time. Time at the end of the day is a metaphysical concept. You can't go get me some time and put it in a jar. You can't look at
get
time
me some
and
gravity and put it in a jar. You can't get me some magnetism and put it in a jar. That's not a meaningful thing.
You can get me magnetism though. You
can't
can
put it
get
in
me
a jar.
things
You
that
can't put
you can
magnetism in a
bend
jar.
with
Come
gravity.
on.
No, you can. The jar, the container for the magnetism would be some magnetite. You can. It's a physical. It's a physical. It's a physical
You're putting
effect.
something magnetic in the
Physical
jar.
relation.
You've got magnetite. You don't have
It's
magnetism. You haven't got
the
magnetism
thing,
in the jar. You've got magnetite in the jar, and it has the property of magnetism. Come on.
I can't plant a rose bush and get a rock that has time in it
So
and
you
be
think
like and put it to the rose bush and cause it to grow 6 months right there. I can get a rock that has magnetism and attract an opposite some ferrous material. I can do that.
Okay, so what you're saying is because time isn't as easily detectable, the detection of it, the timekeeper, must be time itself. Is that fair to what you're saying, or what have I
No,
got wrong?
the time the continuity of the timekeeper being there is what manifests or brings forth time.
So is
I
this
gotta
is
go.
it circular? Here, go on. Tell us, Mystic. What are your final thoughts?
I was just saying, like, I gotta go. This was really fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, good stuff.
Good
Come
talking
back
to you,
next
bro.
time.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good
I
night.
don't know what time it is for everyone.
Yeah, it's still morning for me. Oh, just gone afternoon.
I'm in North America, so it's 9:55 p.m.
In the Midwest.
Yep. I was about to ask how you knew that, but I remembered it's in my bio. All right, whatever.
I'm
Everyone.
on the West Coast. That's how I knew. You're 2
Oh.
hours ahead of me.
So, correct me. Am I wrong? It seems like you are saying because I can't objectively detect, which I can accept, like you can objectively detect mass.
Mm-hmm.
Even mass is a concept, right?
Well,
because the quantification of mass is
not
Yeah.
saying that I agree with gravity, but
Right.
it could be contended that through mass you're observing gravity. That you could contend that. So even in the expression of what gravity is, it's contended to be expressed in a physical manner. In that sense, where you can observe it and manipulate it. But time is not.
So, I don't know. I mean, I have an atomic clock. I have 2 atomic clocks. They're both at the bottom of Pike's Peak. They both keep perfect time with each other.
Okay.
I take one up to the top of Pike's Peak, and then back down. Now they're off.
Okay.
So, one of them experienced more time than the other.
And you know in reality that didn't happen.
How do I know that?
Oh my goodness.
How do I know that?
Really, it's funny to ask that. How do you know that when you present such intellectual reasoning in regards to other things, but in reality, that would be a pretty metaphysical concept that you're holding on to. Certain concepts that you laugh at others for holding in certain relations.
Well,
And
you were the one laughing. I was just, like,
because
okay.
you know that the sun didn't move any different. You know that the day didn't change.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So you know in reality that those clocks experience the same amount of time.
No.
No, I don't
Yeah.
know that. That
You do know that if we've already settled that the foundation of time is based on the movement of the sun, the progression of a day.
We have
We
not.
haven't.
We have
That's
not.
the fundamental thing that's being challenged, and you're saying
Yeah,
we've got to
we have
accept
not
that's true
settled that.
first. We're showing the many ways in which that's false. That the same cesium atom clock that Omni's talking about will detect far greater difference in the speed of the sun over the course of a year. So it is very bad at keeping time because other methods that keep time well don't experience this speed up and slow down. They use a vast number of different methods and they all agree, and the sun's going quicker and slower. And it sounds like you're saying, well, because I use the sun to tell the time, I'm going to not investigate how good a method that is. I'm going to say it must be that time is speeding up and slowing down because the way I investigate time is with the sun, and the sun's speeding up and slowing down.
That is how the human collective has observed, declared the time, the year, the seasons. That is period. You take that argument back 200 years, and someone would just laugh because that's not reality. You're going from the reality of the time of the passing of the day to now attributing time to being something metaphysical and not observed in reality.
I'm not making it metaphysical. I'm saying what is observed in reality is some things have a cadence, right? There is a frequency with which things will vibrate where you can pluck a guitar string and know the sound it's going to make based upon the properties of how what the string is and how taut it's pulled, right?
Mm-hmm.
That frequency will be in relation and consistent across cesium atoms and all manner of things. And one of them we thought until a couple of hundred years ago, one of those things we thought measured this well was the sun. And then we found that we had ones that measured across one another far better, and the sun wasn't a good method anymore. But even if I granted you 400 years ago, most people thought the sun kept good time. I don't think any time throughout history have people said we think that time is the sun, that if the sun stops, or if the sun isn't there. And that's the thing I don't quite get, because if you're saying it comes from the sun, or that's the timekeeper, why would my lamb still cook when the sun disappeared? I must be missing something in what you're saying and misunderstanding it.
The progression of effects isn't time. But would you say that it requires time for the lamb to cook?
Yeah, that's change.
Why?
It needs a passage through which that change can happen. We call that
No,
time.
why?
That's what I'm defining time as.
Why? It needs some type of duration or some type of
Yeah,
concept
thing like
of time
entropy,
for the
right?
fire.
Yeah, the
Where's
interaction
time
with
in that?
fire. Mm-hmm.
Where's time in that?
So when the flame or heat is first applied, the change isn't there yet, and then progressively more and more and more and more and more and more slices of that time will show you getting closer and closer to optimal lamb cookedness, and then beyond it.
But now you're
and the only way to slice that meaningfully is down to time. It works in a lot of our equations. I get what you're saying, that it's somewhat metaphysical, but you're saying, well, it's silly, it's loopy that it's metaphysical. I attach it to this objective thing.
Oh no,
This objective thing, what I'm saying to you, is a bad timekeeper. It can't be the case that all these other things share this thing that we call time. And from one day to the next, the sun agrees roughly. But then when we go 6 months apart, we notice the sun is off. It seems loopy to me to suggest that time is changing.
I hold that time is a metaphysical thing. It's a metaphysical property.
Okay.
Like I hold that. That's why I was contending that the foundation of what you were saying was a physical relation of time is actually metaphysical. Yeah. It's not necessarily that I'm saying that time is a metaphysical concept based on the measurement of the movement of something. And I'm saying specifically in human history, the time that we hold to is based on the movement of the sun. It's like if I tell you it's midday, that's based on where the sun is. If I tell you it's evening time, it doesn't. I mean, it's the evening. That's if I wasn't telling you like the hours or the minutes. You know, I'd be telling you morning, afternoon, evening.
Yeah, you would judge it based on where the sun is a lot of the time. I agree. That's most of what you're trying to do, right? That's even seasons, is trying to tell where the sun is.
Yeah, because the concept of time doesn't rule our day. Like, just we could have a clock that says it's 5 o'clock, and you go to the store, and they close at when the sun goes down, and the sun's gone. It doesn't matter what time you have. You know, their motions is based off the sun. Like,
yeah, but if they close at 6 o'clock and then daylight savings time changes, and the sun is there for half the year and then not there for the other half, then the sun goes down, but they're still open for the next hour.
that's because they base it on time, not the movement of the sun.
Right. So
yeah, because daylight savings time is arbitrary.
Am I misunderstanding your position though? Because I feel like I made a ridiculous straw man, but then I felt like you accepted it. Are you saying that with the equation of time that claims that the sun speeds up and slows down, so it's zenith during the day, it moves? If I'm to interpret what you're saying, I should conclude that means that time is speeding up and slowing down by 20 minutes, and cesium atoms and wall clocks have it wrong. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Because I can agree that and this is why I brought up the beginning of when clocks, like where, when the clock was first started. You can imagine the first guy making the first clock and him setting the dial on the clock, right? You can imagine what's he going to base time off of, right? Where the particular position of the sun is, or on a sundial, and he's gonna what's the term? He's gonna tune it to what the sundial is, right? Now, since then, through history, we have standardized what a second is. We have standardized it. Though the second is based off of the sun, we standardized it to where we have a keeping of time that we've kind of become independent of even the motion of the sun. And that's even shown by what you're talking about, that at certain times of the year it's slowing down and speeding up. So like a clock based on the sun at one time of the year would be off on its timekeeping later in the year. But because we separated from the sun, we have a set time, but it's still something we're basing off of something else. And that's why Mystic made the point too, that the cesium atom, when it's compared to the second, it's under specific conditions. Not in every condition does it oscillate to what we dictate a second is. So it's not that the cesium atom itself is keeping a second. It's under specific conditions. It keeps to the dictation of what we decreed a second to be.
Okay, and how would we conclude from that it requires a timekeeper? That's still the bit that I think is owing here, that you're saying that because it's outside of these other more objective ways we detect things or know things are there, this relies on a mind, it sounds like you're saying. Have I got that wrong?
It relies on a mind observing the duration and measuring it.
So you are saying that it relies on a say that again. Sorry, it got it mistranscribed.
It relies on a mind. Yeah, it relies on a mind.
Right. So it relies on a mind. And
yes.
That bit I'm still not getting. How do we get to it relying on a mind?
Because the observation of the sun by the mind and accounting for the duration of that observation according to a variable dictated is how we get time. But you have instances in your own experience where you're doing something and you're like, oh, 20 minutes passed. It only felt like 1 minute. So if you're not keeping time in those instances, how could you say what the duration was?
Sure. My subjective experience of time might dilate, but that doesn't say that time dilates, nor does it say the old question, I think, of what about this tells us that time does rely on a mind. Even still, what it could rely on a mind, right? How could time rely on anything? It must be eternal, was my starting position, right? And must be eternal in that if you define it as a change, a thing through when something goes from another uncooked to cooked, let's say, sun not risen to risen, that in itself starting to exist would itself be a moment in time, such that the true start of time must be the very moment before that when that happened, such that time must necessarily have always existed. You couldn't have a start point. And you're saying it must depend on a mind because subjectively, when I experience it, it dilates. And I don't think that follows very, very much.
I remember I'm also walking in the hypothetical of no movement of the sun to show forth a lack of time in that kind of instance. Because without the passing of
so the sun's
repeated.
Go on, sorry.
without the passing of a repeated, consistent measurement to keep time by, or to keep the measurement
Thanks
of
about
time by.
discussions, but I'm going to bed.
All right.
Catch up
Night, mate.
later.
Thanks for coming.
Where would time come from? Like where would this every time is going to progress in this amount of time? Like the cesium atom's a good example. If the cesium atom's in a different area, it experienced more time. No, the oscillation just changed. That's all. Like we know the oscillation changed. Did it experience more time? No, the oscillation changed at a different rate in a different environment.
Sure, that could be another thing where you say subjectively to the cesium atom, time dilated or didn't. And we could say time itself may or may not dilate or not, or may be relative to individuals who dilate or not. None of that gets me any closer, I don't think, to the question of what about any of that, even if I accepted it all as true, what about any of that would say that time itself comes from a mind, where I would say in order to be in a mind, it probably ideally would have at one stage not been in a mind, if you get what I mean. That there was a mind and that created time. That says that mind must be there before the time does, because it's coming out of the time. It is birthed by it. It cannot be its own parent. And now you have a mind existing in no time. It exists never. It's not existing. It is a mind that exists necessarily to be the causal step to bring about time, but it has no time within which it could exist. Hence, it mustn't exist that way. It must be that time is eternal and minds can exist within an eternity. See where I'm going? And
that's if you define time as progression.
Right, but I don't think you could. Well, how do you define time? How would you go about it? That's a good question.
The measurement of progression.
The measurement. No. The thing can't be the thing that measures it, right? You can't because then otherwise, okay, then what is the measurement of time? What is the measurement of time?
Well, that's the point, because then you would say that time is relative.
No. What is the measurement of time? If you're saying time is the measurement of progression, what is the measurement of time? It must be the measurement of the measurement of progression, right? Which doesn't make any sense.
Time is originally the measurement of the progression of the sun. And like I said, over the years,
but I don't agree with that.
Huh?
I'm trying to challenge that. We can't just accept it again as true.
Well,
if time is the measurement,
300 years ago on fire, that it was the sun. Would you agree with that?
No, I'm not sure that that's been the case for all cultures but I don't see it as relevant to the case. I'm saying if you're saying that time is, when I ask for a definition, is the measurement of progression, i.e. of the sun, then I can say to you, what is the measurement of time, right? I have time, which is the things changing, and the measurement of it is a tool, or uses tools or to determine how long has passed or something like that. There is a thing and a measurement is different. But if you're saying time is the measurement of progression, that is time now. Now we should be able to measure time, right? Stopwatches measure time. So what is the measurement of time if time itself is the measurement of something?
But
Do you see what I mean? It couldn't be the measurement. Is what I'm getting at.
contending that time is a measurement.
But it couldn't.
You're contending that time is a substance.
Well, can time be measured?
No, time is the measurement.
Can time itself be measured?
I don't know. I'm not contending that it's a physical substance.
I'm not asking if it's a physical substance. The question I'm asking really specifically is, can time be measured? It can't be measured.
You can't measure a non-physical substance.
What do you mean? You can measure all sorts of non-physical substances. Electrostatic forces are not non-physical. All forces are non-physical.
How are they non-physical?
Well, they don't have substance to them. They're not matter. This is something that affects matter. It's in all of your science.
In your mind?
Mass exists in your mind.
It does.
Sure, but it still hurts to get hit by something with more than less, or faster or slower. And faster or slower is a function of time.
in your mind, can someone shoot you with a gun and it hurt?
Well, you can have concepts of things that are real. You get that, right?
Well, I'm just pointing out
You're saying
that
because we can
there
conceptualize
there are
something, it is
realms
the
there are
concept.
realms where those forces don't exist. Showing forth their physical. They're physical forces.
Right. How
So,
are they concepts?
if
Are they
time
concepts as well?
was a physical force that you could alter or manipulate, you could, cause a tree or a bush to grow 2 years worth of growth in 1 second. It's like it wouldn't be it
What do you
wouldn't
mean?
be a
Hang
method
on, hang on. What do you, I don't understand the bush analogy. Is that you
because
saying what you
if it's
think
a
about what
substance.
time should do, or what you think I should think about what time should do? Because that's very
But
strange.
if it's a substance, you should be able to utilize it in that manner. We can manipulate all
Who said time
forces,
is a substance?
all
Who said that?
physical forces we can manipulate and
Who said
utilize.
time's a substance? Right? I can't make mass be less massive. So the only way to test mass is to get more of it. Hence, anything that requires a time as a variable, you can just wait longer. You can have the same amount of stuff happen in a shorter period of it. Absolutely, you can
You
same as if you need more mass, you can get more mass. You can get a heavier weight, right?
you
So
can take a 45-pound dumbbell and take it inside of a pool, and it weighs about 15 pounds. Like you can alter density.
what are we trying to solve here though? If time
Altering
must
time.
come from the mind,
No, we're trying to show. I'm contending with you that time isn't a substance,
I'm
right?
not suggesting it is, but that's what I'm saying. Where is that coming from? Who are you arguing against when who here said anything close to that? Come on, man. Did I say time is a substance?
You related time to be something of its own. You related it to be a force of its own.
I didn't say it was a force. I didn't. What do you mean related it to be something of its own? Are there things that are their own that aren't a substance?
So I'm contending that time is a metaphysical concept, or it's a accounting of duration. It's a counting of progression.
It's a
It's
counting. So it's
it's
counting or measurement. Right. So time is
yes.
counting or measurement. And you're saying, so the question before, remind me your answer, sorry, to the question I did ask before. You did answer. Can time be measured? Yes or no?
No, time is the measurement.
Right. And I'm saying, fine, it's the measurement, but I could measure measurements, right? I could measure how many measurements you made or what their error bars were or re-measure in some other way, right? Measure somebody else's ruler. It doesn't, you're not prevented from doing it. So
Yes, that's
measurements can be
true.
measured.
So you can
What
time
is it?
time.
What does it mean to measure time?
That's the same thing you just described. The analogy you gave of measuring someone else's ruler is what it means to time time.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds to me like reification. That's what it sounds to me like you have switched the concept that is in the mind and the measurement of the thing that exists in reality. That I think is understandable. The start of it is understandable, where it's saying, well, it's very unlike mass, and I agree with that, and matter and other things where we can manipulate it. But it needs to be there. It needs to be in our formulas. And I think there is something to that, but I think there is a jump, as far as I can tell, from it is conceptual, but as is mass, which is objective as well, and time still points a lot at being objective. There's weirdness with cesium atoms. But it seems like you are conflating that we can have a concept about something, that therefore it must exist in the mind of another thing. And I guess the bit that I still want the answer to is, how could a mind precede time? How could a mind give rise to causal events?
Well,
It's even if I accept time is the measurement of progression, the mind needs to exist in that as well for two reasons now, because a mind is needed to measure things, right? You can't have rocks don't measure things correctly. Correct?
Well, see, I'm.
It's
How do I put
accounting
this?
it. So it's accounting or a measurement. It can't exist outside of consciousness, can it?
Yeah, it's not. It's not necessarily So it's not necessarily that it's an intrinsic it's an intrinsic attribute of consciousness. That's not what I'm contending when I say that it depends on the mind. I'm saying that it's a process that the mind willingly partakes in or conducts.
Right, I'm trying to get at the conclusion, though,
mind
that
has to conduct.
my mind begat time, right? That's what I thought you were
No,
saying.
no, no. I'm talking about it in relation to what you just asked, which would precede the creation. It would you're talking about like a god or a mind or a state of existence not being within time or not existing alongside time.
Let me ask the question again. It's my understanding that it is your view that time comes from a mind, that there must be a timekeeper, i.e. God, that doing this counting and measurement and setting what it is that is a sequence of events, that it is within his mind, time itself. Is that right or wrong? Does God exist within time, or does time exist within God?
No, I hold that he created eternity and put time in it. Time exists within eternity.
So he precedes time. Yeah, so that's what I'm challenging. How can something precede things preceding things? If it's a measurement of progression, then the measurer must be there, right? So
because with this,
measurer,
the thing is with this
and
measurer,
you've got, okay, well, let's look at this. You've got measurer. I guess it would still actually be consistent. It's just we've got a new word we need to define, I think. It would say, step 1, have a measurer. Step 2, which could have already been happening, but it is a second consistent part of what you're defining time as, is progression of some sort of anything, lambs cooking, suns rising and setting. So you've now got a measurement of, you've got a measurer and you've got progression. So now you can have time, which is a measurement of progression. But if progression didn't exist, or the mind didn't exist, time couldn't exist.
we'll see.
But a measure can't exist at any time. They are outside of a causal chain. So if your time is about the measure, great. What would you say? Can we give a word to what I'm saying, what I'm describing as causal, a causal chain? It couldn't be a first. It couldn't be a first one, right? Would you agree?
Well,
no,
the first one. What do you mean?
There couldn't be a first one.
A first one in regards to
in a causal chain.
The causal change that's why I give the sun as being the causal change.
But that's the sun's got to exist first. It can't be the beginning of a causal chain because it's its own existence. Whatever precursors led to it existing must be the precursor to it existing. So I'm calling time a causal change. If your time is the measurement of progression, that's fine. I now accept your version of that, and I will no longer call it time. I'm saying, can we find a word for what I call time, which is the start of all causation or something like that? And I'm saying the start of all causation, that thing that I was saying time couldn't have started to exist or given a new name, which is the start of all causation, couldn't have started.
You're calling the force of progression itself. You're dictating that force is called time. Yeah.
I'm now pushing aside the observer. Exactly. That's a far better way to say it. Thank you.
Yeah. It's almost like renaming. See, this is what the issue is. It's the way you're perceiving time or the way that you're presenting time is equivalent to gravity. Not saying that gravity is like even in the regards of it being false or anything, just in the regards of it being a force. One of the unseen forces or laws of nature, so to speak. And that's how you're presenting time. And that's the understanding that I've been contending with the whole time. That's why I've used the examples of the bush, where you know, causing 2 years of time, being able to manipulate that force. The same way, so to speak, gravity can be manipulated by taking that same heavy weight into a pool. And ignoring buoyancy and density, just saying you're manipulating the force of gravity through the density of this pool. What can we do to manipulate the force of time? And the more we examine time in itself, it becomes apparent that it's a conscious observation or a conscious perceived measurement in an observation. It's like even the lamb, right? You cook the lamb on a frying pan, you bake the lamb, you have two different time frames, right? In our time that the lamb gets done at. Well, if you don't have a concept of time, the lamb is just getting done.
And you can
Like
keep checking on it. The time's still passing. So I
Yeah,
think
but
you've
you could
nailed
look
it.
at
The
it this
difference
week.
between our views is you're saying it's the counting of progression or the measurement of progression. I'm happy to take either of those and say, okay, I want to discuss progression itself. Could that have started to exist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I
How
think
could
that
that
progression
exist?
can
How could
exist
progression start to exist?
simply by moving.
Okay. So progression is what?
Just moving.
Okay. So when it started, the first movement was predated by what? Preceded by nothing?
Stillness.
Hmm?
Stillness.
So there was a state before it. Great. So progression started before progression was ready to start. There was something there that was still such that the state later could be different.
There
right?
was
So there had to be a state first. So how do we not conclude that stillness must have come from somewhere? Right? That itself is itself. Why would we not go, okay, we've progressed to the point where now there is stillness, and then after that we progress to the point where there is movement? Why would we? Because at any stage where we say, okay, first there's stillness, then progression starts, and now we've got progression, is like, oh, hang on, you took a step from a different platform. You could never be at the bottom of the steps. It's not possible because the next step would be the step that brought that one here. And so as such, time couldn't have started to exist. A causal chain can't have started to exist in my worldview. My new one I've taken up 2 days ago.
That's funny. See, with what I hold is I could say it plainly, is that Yahweh before he created, he was in a still state. And no beginning, no ending. It's a state of stillness. And he decided within himself to bring forth a creation, and there was no progression into it. It was brought forth instantaneously. And so there's nothing you can put on a measurement of progression between the still state and the movement. It's not like a getting up and it was just instantaneously. And so it's not until the physical creation is brought forth, because there was an angelic creation and there was movement within that creation. There were things that occurred within that creation, but you couldn't put a measurement in the progression of when they occurred. If you were observing it, you couldn't say, oh, it took about this many years and then they did that. You would be basing those years off of the measurement you hold already. Now, when Adam and Eve were placed in the garden, or Adam was placed in the garden, Eve was brought forth, the sun was at its zenith until they left the garden. So the time frame they were even in the garden, you couldn't really put a time frame of years or this or that, because the years that you're evaluating are on the progression of the seasons. And if you didn't have progression of seasons, you couldn't be like, that's how many years occurred. That's where I'm.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think yeah, we're still circling this same issue of indeed there may be ways to measure time, but that appears to me to be conflating the measurement with the thing itself. And it seems that we still get back to that problem with your solution, where your solution is time itself is the measurement. And then it still goes, well, okay, the measurement of what? And that thing, progression, is what I'm calling time.
Well,
and so it doesn't escape our problem. You create an observer who is, in my view, unnecessary, And that observer itself now falls into the same problem that we started with, which is it is logically contingent on the thing that it creates.
Now, what if you have instances where the observations and what you would say is the time that passed for that thing that was observed? In other instances, the same measurement of time is greater or less for the same observation to occur. Could you then say that the progression of that observation, like the moments it took to fulfill that observation, happened in the same amount of time, or were even dictated on by happening by time, according to time?
Let me hear that again. Can you say that again?
If you have an observation, like you were talking about the lamb, right? Cooking the lamb, that's observation. And there's a rate of progression from putting the lamb in the oven to it being fully cooked that we're calling that you're offering as being called time. That and not just the rate of progression, but the progression itself is time, right? And so there's a rate that can be extracted from that observation of progression. But then we have instances where the same observation, the lamb being placed, being placed in the oven and cooking to fully done, that observation, where the rate of time is greater or lesser, the rate of progression is greater or lesser in the same observation in another instance. So can you say that the observation is tied to the like the rate of progression isn't uniform? So could you say
Your rate of progression isn't uniform? Sure.
Yeah, so time wouldn't be uniform.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, time might not be uniform, definitely.
Okay. So then the only way we can the only way we can have a consistent measurement or observation of time is by a consistent observation tool. And that's where the sun comes in. And then that's where the season.
Hang on. Okay, so I think we found it. Let's go back and do that again. So something might fluctuate ever so slightly at very fast speeds. That's what we're talking about with the variability of time. Or are you talking about the 20 minutes a day, 20 minutes wrong midday equation of time? Which are you talking about? Because if we lump them together,
I'm going back to an instance where the sun isn't being used to measure time, because that's what you were saying, that time isn't based on the sun. You were contending that. So I'm trying to walk down
progression isn't based on the sun. The sun,
exactly.
The sun probably began at a point, and progression must have preceded that point.
Exactly. And you're isolating progression itself as being the substance or what time itself is.
I think it's a word you chose before just because the map started again, so I'm helping it out to understand. You said time for you is the measurement of progression. For me, time is the rate of change, or sort of the thing within which change happens. So it's the progression effectively, the link I'm making is to progression itself. And I'm saying a viewer of progression cannot predate progression. So the progression must be the first step, then we get the viewer, and then we call what, in your worldview, what you call that viewer's viewing is time, whereas I'm saying that first one, that causal space within which things can change, must have predated all of those things. There couldn't possibly be a start point to that. It must go infinitely. Otherwise we just keep taking one step back. And that law must govern God. It couldn't not govern God, because otherwise God doesn't exist within time and can't change and things like that. You could say God, like time exists, and it is change, and God exists within it, but has powers within it to sort of alter or mess or reverse causation. It doesn't appear that he ever does in the Bible, though. It doesn't seem he can ever reverse the path of time. It seems like he is absolutely bound to it. that he always must step forwards. And so therefore the
No,
law appears to govern him.
You have an instance of the sun and the moon being held, and it's related to being for the course of a day.
Okay, so let's look at that. Let's look at that. If we say time stops there when the sun and the moon stop, what did happen? So let's say you and I are standing there and we're ancient Israelites and we see the sun and the moon stop, stays at midday for 24 hours, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Do we in that period have a conversation and go, wow, look at that, Yahweh? The other Yahweh appears to have stopped the sun. Can we have a conversation? Could I cause you to look up and cause change to happen within that space while the sun stopped in the Bible?
Well, change occurred because people were slaughtered. The whole nation that they were fighting against was slaughtered during the time frame that it was being held in. So there you have change, you have death occurring.
Right. So the thing I'm talking about then is change, and we can say clearly it's beyond, it transcends what the sun is doing. The path of the sun is beholden to this change, is described by this change, and not the other way around. The change is not dictated by the sun because the sun stop and the change not.
Well, and that's what I'm contending. I'm contending that time itself is based on the sun, and that change is not time. So I understand what you.
But yeah,
you're
I'm happy to keep using just the change or progression, but then I will say that progression itself, a causal chain, could not start. So if God violates that, God cannot exist. If God is a self-caused cause and before him there was nothing, he could not exist if what I'm saying is true.
That's I know. That's I know. with time existing before the causer of time or causer of progression, yeah, you have to have a cause for progression. Like that's so there has to be something.
No, you don't.
That
You cannot. No, sorry.
progression.
I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying you cannot have a cause for causes. They could go eternally. We have no evidence that they don't, right? So everything we ever see anywhere is caused.
Well, to be fair, you would now be isolating progression as a cause.
No. I'm just saying that the first progression is a nonsensical thing to say. It's not meaningful. It is not. We could say you could still take an astrophysics view of like the Big Bang and say things that sequentially preceded the Big Bang in our neighborhood when our Big Bang went off aren't really meaningful to talk about because the passage of light is such that they didn't happen to you. Your timeline doesn't include their events because they happened, quintillions of years before or after. But the passage of time itself would still be subject to what I'm saying, which is, sorry, not passage of time, let me stop using that word. The start of causation itself. We have causes going back, and I am using this argument that was using the word time, but can still say a first cause cannot exist. Because if we're saying causes are necessary, if we're saying causes aren't necessary, we can throw away the whole problem of there being an infinite regress, right? We don't need that. We're saying all causes can suddenly pop out of nowhere. So we can't say in one breath, you can't have causes pop out of nowhere and then go, my solution is a cause that popped out of nowhere. The more honest solution is to say there couldn't be a first cause.
No, you could go back and call progress movement. If you really want to analyze what progression is, it would be movement. And then time would be technically movement according to what you're giving. And if you have movement, then you could have you can have a period of stillness where movement was initiated, and then you don't have an issue. You see that?
Try and think about that. So I'm rereading that as well. So progression is movement. Time is technically movement. Seems like it's getting worse. No, help me understand that. So you want to analyze what progression is. It could be movement, and then there would be technically movement according to that. Yeah, so movement is dependent on time. You can have time
Well,
with
no,
no movement.
no, movement would be time. If progression, if you can analogize progression as time, then
Sure.
you can say that movement itself is time.
Oh,
Because
then fine, yeah. And
progression
then I can
itself
say,
is movement.
yeah, so then I could say this. I could say movement itself could not have started to exist. There couldn't have been a
And
pre-movement state because
so that,
movement begets movement and non-movement cannot beget movement. So therefore, there couldn't be a non-moving pre-movement state because
no, you
anything
can
when the movement started, I could slice down the causal chain before that and find that movement brought movement into existence.
movement can come forth from stillness.
How? That's what I was like. Each time you move the can just one step further, and the problem doesn't get any easier. Each step you take, where it goes from being time itself to the measurement of time to cause to movement, it still just will always. That's why I say we're just taking one step down, and then we just shine our light on the next step down. If it's movement, how can movement come from stillness?
Because you have it's not stillness itself. It's a being existing in stillness, like in a still state.
Right. And is that
And
causally before the stillness finishes?
No, it can return back to stillness.
Right. But at some stage it goes from stillness to not stillness.
Stillness to movement to stillness.
Sure. So before it goes from the first time from stillness to movement, how does movement start to happen? There is a state where it isn't happening, and then there is a next state. Tell me about it. What changes?
So in relation, because this whole starts with your claim God, your time is contingent. God is contingent with time.
It's testing that, right?
Yeah, I now with what I understand, Yahweh still exists in that still state. He never left it. The movement that he brought forth was within himself. So he's able to maintain the still and have a time of movement within himself.
Sure, like
so
a thought. He could think it into existence.
You could say that. You could say that.
So the thought of creating movement that ends up becoming our Earth preceded.
It's the creation itself.
Yeah, precedes the creation itself, right? We must conceive of it, possibly for quite some time. If it's going to take us 7 days to build, we might do more than just think of it completely in a single instance. We might
I would even contend that in the conception itself was the creation of it, and only at the progression dictated within himself was it revealed.
So
like it didn't take 6 days; it was instantaneously.
Fine. Well, we can take it with any amount. So in that instant, what are you saying when you say it's instant that there aren't stages to it? Is that what you mean?
Exactly.
Okay.
Blink of an
So
eye.
there was a state where there was no conception of existence, time, causation, Earth, planets, zebras, eyebrows, those little mites that live in your eyelashes, all that stuff. There was a moment where that wasn't happening. And with that was also the sequence of events hadn't started. Is that correct?
Yes, we're in the front. I actually, it's so funny. I just explained this to my kids the other night when I was reading the scripture, and the way I expressed it to them, to give an example of how you see it for yourself is like, telling my daughter like, when you want to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, in your mind, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich is fully made, and there's many actions that go into making the peanut butter and jelly sandwich that are already in that image of the made peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It may be you coming and asking mommy and daddy if you can make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You go in and getting the peanut butter, getting the jelly, getting the bread, getting the knife, making the sandwich, putting everything back, and all of that was all contained in that peanut butter and jelly sandwich when you first had the thought, I want to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Sure, that's fine. So we've got this instant at which the world is fully conceived in a single go, including causation itself. Is that correct? That's in the peanut butter jelly sandwich, causation itself?
Uh-huh.
And what is causation?
Because, like I said, that part of like having to go to mommy and daddy and ask them if you can make it, all of that is movement, all of that is progress that's contained in just that still image of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
So there is a moment where there isn't, and then there is a moment when there is.
There's a moment of stillness that progress occurs within,
Right.
and returns to stillness.
Would it necessitate, if we were to imagine it that way, previous peanut butter jelly sandwiches?
Well, yeah, if you start pulling any analogy apart, it starts getting all.
Well, it's an important part of the question, right? Could causality start in such a way that if you say the Earth, you go, absolutely, you could make the Earth. But two things you would say is that couldn't be causality because something happened first. So I must pull these two apart. The physical Earth, the zebras are probably a different question to the start of all causation. And I can't use rules that might work okay with one with another. But if I do apply those rules, I should conclude that many Earths and many gods exist.
So what I understand is it didn't take, like when this was brought forth, the first thing Yahweh did was take on shape and form. Like bringing forth everything had the shape that everything was in that shape and form. The entire, like everything, the zebras, the monkeys, like all the variations was all there. Because they're simply like a Mandelbrot, it's an expression of attributes. Every animal is an expression or manifestation of a metaphysical attribute. Every grass, every plant, the way it relates with each other is all based on a metaphysical law. It's all an expression. So everything that was to be expressed was expressed in the first expression, and then just drawn out. So it wasn't like a progression to determine the monkeys, to determine the zebras. I'm going to put this many stripes. I'm going to do this. It was all within the first declaration.
Sure. And I'm saying that the movement from stillness to having that conception and all of that happening is in itself a change. So or a cause-effect relationship. The cause is the thought, the effect is the existence. It doesn't matter that they happen at the one time, they cannot happen in the wrong order. So one is contingent on the other. And I would also have to say, probably after, the book says after. I'm going to treat it as after. And that seems like you're lumping things in together a bit. That let me go back. Let me make sure I'm getting it right. He's getting the first declaration. Yeah, it doesn't change. I think you're still fixated on how quickly he could do it. But I'm still saying the mere alteration, this 1 to 0 switch of that's not happening to that is itself cause and effect, or is it self change, or self progression? So it must progression if it's a real ontological, whatever you call it, if it's a fact or a sort of rule that governs things, if cause must precede effect, then it must be at a level here where the making of the planet and the zebras and all of that stuff is probably contingent on that, and definitely not the other way around. There's no way we could say the laws of cause and effect are contingent on zebras. So when we separate them in that way, I think we can't get a first cause. A first cause is impossible. An uncaused cause is impossible. Because however we define that thing of a change of state, we just go, it can't be, could be that there was nothing changing for forever and ever. But it must have been the passage through which it must be forever and ever and ever, right?
Well, by it being an expression and not something like like the Christian model has the creation as being something you could say separate from God. It's not he like created it out of nothing, and what occurs in it and all that, right? I'm saying it's an expression of himself within himself. So you could
Right.
say that the uncaused cause is still in the same state before all that you see. Like that state of stillness is still intact. So at the upper
Well,
echelons of
what do you mean the
evaluation, there
stillness
has
is
been
still
no change.
intact in what way? But if that's important, I'm going to need to understand it a bit. The
Because
stillness,
you can say there was no change. If you can say that the stillness is still intact, then there was no change that occurred, and hence time. Where's time? There's no time. It's not contingent.
so time is still passing. So
No,
cause
there would
and
be
effect
no time.
didn't. Okay, so what about if we say, what about if we talk about it in terms of causal chains, which is much more where I'm at with it? Does it still work?
If that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to get at where
See,
if
I'm
like
sorry,
like
I'm
okay,
trying to.
here's a good one. Yeah, here. Yeah, your thoughts right now. If you start thinking right now,
Yeah.
all the stuff you thought of in the time that just passed is
Mm.
separated from the time. Like it's separated from time. So now in relation, if you were in a still state, all the thoughts that would occur or the expressions you would make within yourself doesn't like you're not changing.
I couldn't be having, to me, if I understand what stillness is, because these are getting very quite esoteric concepts. They're harder to get my head around than physics ones. They seem, or even sort of the necessary philosophical ones. But to me, what you're saying about stillness, I do not think I could have thoughts in a state of stillness, because thoughts are the opposite of stillness, I think. Particularly if you're saying a thought then brings about all of existence and time and causation itself. It cannot be that a thought can exist within stillness. But even if it did, I don't quite get it, because I think that
Because
it sounds like you're
you
positing an alternate universe where the stillness pre-exists, the movement comes about and universe comes out of that, but the stillness still exists and could have stayed existing, but there is a measurable difference between these two universes in that one I exist
no measurable. And what I'm saying, no measurable. Like if you were to evaluate
in,
it from the
someone I don't.
upper echelon of evaluation, there'd be no measurable progression. There'd be no change.
One of them I exist, one of them I don't. That's one for one I can tell that's not true. I could not exist in the second universe, and I'm very confident I exist in this one.
You could if the other universe was simply an expression of you.
But it's stayed
It
still.
would. It wouldn't. That's then where it comes to what you're saying about evaluating the metaphysical concept of what it meant to be still.
Exactly. Yeah. So what is
Yeah,
still?
it would come to either well, it would come to either materialistic motion,
Mhm.
or progression. Like, can you experience a passing of time, in a thought?
Yeah,
Like,
change is another way to say it. Yeah.
yeah, because like you have
Change, I
instances
think,
where
is the
people.
simplest one. There is a thought, and then there is a different thought.
Yeah, and you have instances where people are knocked out for a month or whatnot. They're in a coma, and they come back reporting like where'd their family go, because they lived a whole life, had kids, all this, a
Which
career, and
I've heard
and
as well from Salvia Divinorum.
yes, that's another one that can cause things like that. But you have these instances where people swear years passed, but we know only a month passed for that person, or even an hour, passed for that person. So where is the progression? Because that person returned to a state where none of that,
Yes.
you,
So
you
it's
know.
not the change itself, to be clear. It is the space within which change happens, right? So it's the same as we don't want to get confused between time and measurement of time. What I call time is not that something has to change, but it is this quality, this thing, if I'm thinking about it right, must exist in order for change to happen, right? Not that it exists in some physical sense or it's out there, but change is always happening. And if we take a thin time slice or a thick time slice, we can see that those things are different. And we're sort of saying, okay, it's that background idea that we are looking at, attempting to measure and use. And I've been really flummoxed by it, where that itself, you could say the chain of causation God didn't create, right? He couldn't have. But he created everything that was caused after that, right? But the chain of cause, even if he pops into existence, the space within which he popped into existence, the before, even if there was no before, like even if the moment was right there, well, it can't be that, like it still needs it's also the same as 3 dimensions, right? For anything to exist, it needs 4 dimensions, length, breadth, height, time. It needs to be somewhere, sometime. And God, I think, can transcend that at least with spatial dimensions a little bit. I still find that a bit funny. But with time or cause or change dimensions, I think it is necessary to say he couldn't have started that. He exists within that.
If you're evaluating time in that sense, I would have to grant that. If you dictate that is what time is.
Well, that is what causal chains are. God could not have started the causal chains. He couldn't. It cannot be subject to him.
He can create time within himself and then get in it, because he can abide. He can exist in a manner to abide by the limits and bounds that he can place upon him.
And I think once you've started the causal chain, right, or accepted that it couldn't have started, is what I'm actually arguing for. Once a causal chain is going, I'm much more willing to say you could bend it, you could send it on down different forks, you could even potentially go forwards and backwards in it, be sort of transcendent of it, provided you didn't start it. Because starting it is a logical impossibility, but you could do many other things.
You could get in it if you get in it in something that can operate within it. Like, that's why I contend, the human body. Like, the human body is the vessel in which Yahweh operates in this creation through. Like, that's what I contend.
Yeah, I think he exists within causation. He can / must exist. Yeah, and I think I quite like that, really. And that he can get in it and create more of it and exist sort of fractally all the way down.
Yeah, but he still maintains that unchanged state, so to speak.
Yeah,
like, that's where you use the dimension analogy. And that's like I use the dimension analogy sometimes to express what I'm saying, but it can lead to certain, we're trying to paint a picture in each other's minds.
Yeah.
So it's like it can have some weird strokes when I explain it as dimension, because then you're thinking of like 2 bubbles and all that. And it's not necessarily. It'd be more like a bubble within a bubble within a bubble. And like that first bubble is everything. Like, it is the limits and bounds of everything that there is. There's nothing outside of it. It's just that is. So the if that you can see how that sphere of that bubble, the area of it, there's still area even with another bubble existing within it. So though some of the area that's in the first bubble is in that second bubble, it's not changed. Like, it isn't altered no matter what happens within the second bubble.
Yeah. So I would be fine with that he could create more time, provided there was a base causation through that transcended that within that chain he started that new set of, for what those people would feel like. That's why I'm saying about the Big Bang, for those people, they would say the start of causation was 13.5 billion years ago or something, which is, let's say, whenever he created it. But that wouldn't stand to then say the chain of causation started on that day. It's just, it would say we started to exist on that day, and things before then are irrelevant to talk about. They just don't, there's no relevance they could hold for me in my life. But they must necessarily exist. The moments before that must necessarily exist. Otherwise, I couldn't be here, marveling at why I exist in the now, I think. It's still a new idea.
You could say that. Like, I would contend that he would be causation itself. Not necessarily that he's causing cause, but that he is causation itself. Like, I don't like, for like what I hold is like, I'm not holding the Christian idea like, a man in the sky, this separate entity. Like, when I say Yahweh Spirit, it's that Yahweh is the source, substance, limits, and bounds of all things. So like, just ultimate source, ultimate substance, is like the decree. It's what everything comes from, what everything's made out of, what everything exists within. So he would be causation itself. So it wouldn't be like an entity causing something.
And that's what I'm saying. He could be causation itself for our realm, but he couldn't have created the causation that he exists within. So while he could have created a kind of like set theory, right? We would exist within the set that is what he created. We're contingent on that, and causation for us started to exist at a certain point. But it is not, that is entirely possible to have happened, and it is not possible that causation itself started when a set within that and a pre-existing causal chain started a new causal chain. So
that's the issue though, right there. The way you just related causation and him. Like I said, he is causation itself.
right.
So causation wouldn't have a beginning or an ending. Like that kind of brings it kind of reconciles what you were saying.
Yeah, it can't have a beginning, is what I'm saying. It could have an ending, I think, but it can't have a beginning, is what I say. So you're saying he is the start of causation, which is the beginning.
No. He is causation itself. Like, causation isn't something separate from him. The same way I say that love, Yahweh is love. It's like when you see love, you're seeing Yahweh himself. It's not like
I see your resolution. Right.
Yeah, so causation, he is causation itself.
Yeah, I do feel it's dodging the issue that he has got a bunch of contingent parts within him and a storyline, and appears to be beholden to the travel of time. As I said, all of the Bible stories are sequential. There's no hint in all of that God jumps backwards and forwards and rewinds and redoes things. I guess you could say in some ways maybe he does. Maybe one of Mark.
No. You would be
So it is more logical.
You could say that he is because he's causation itself. He is he's holding himself to the limits and bounds of being what he is. So you can't have screwing around with progression. Like if there's a decreed narrative that's supposed to play out, you can't have things out of order. Like,
Here's my challenge. It doesn't make sense to me, is what I'm saying, that a being or anything could have causation contingent upon it. That's what I'm saying, right? Because that's the same thing as what I'm saying is it couldn't have started. There's nothing that it could be contingent upon. I'm pretty sure.
What if there are other like we could at that point, if he is causation itself, we could call causation an attribute. What if there are other attributes that go along with causation that
Well,
keep
space.
doing it.
Space is another one. Times one, space is another, I think.
Well,
So,
in the well, in the metaphysical stance, like to be love, to be justice, to be strength, to be power, to falter from a plan that you set out would be weakness. So you would be it would be a corruption of what you are. So it's not necessarily him being forced in the progress of the declared progression of causation. It's him being what he is by sticking to what he is.
being what he is by sticking to what he is.
Mm-hmm. Never changing.
Yeah, then it's it doesn't sound like it solves it for me. It sounds like it is, I guess that you would accept maybe that it is circular. That you're sort of, it seems that when things seem to challenge God, he just gets defined as that thing. And I don't, because part of why I say this is because I don't get the impression that many other Bible people, including the early church fathers, from when I've read the bits of the Bible, I don't get the impression that they think he caused causation itself. I think they describe a God that is in many ways contingent on many things. And like upon us, for example. Like our God is, I don't think is as described, particularly the one as described in the Bible, doesn't make sense that he exists. He is certainly no God until he makes us, if we are his first creation. If he's made previous creations, that's moot. But he is God of nothing. So God is contingent on us and all of that. So we can, I don't know, I guess I'm just sort of looking at which is continued, but certainly to say
the stance that I've given,
causation, he is causation, I think is just seems like a bit of a trick to get away from discussing this challenge here and instead saying, okay, causation is outside of him.
Well, to be fair, I'm not arguing the Christian God. That's an important distinction. Like the stance that I'm taking, I don't believe you'd find from Lyon or Taylor, or Torah, or Galley, or you wouldn't find this stance from them.
Okay.
Yeah,
could I ask you about it? So he's causation himself. Let me ask you some questions. Is this thing that is causation itself, does it also have moral preferences for marriage or bigamy or murder or suicide? Is it a personal God with morals?
Not in that sense. Anything that's a corruption of his intrinsic nature would be considered in opposition.
Tell me about his intrinsic nature.
Intelligence, the 9 major attributes, which would be intelligence, wisdom, and knowledge, beauty, love, and justice, foundation, power, and strength. There's many others, but those are the 9 principal attributes that all other attributes branch off of.
Okay, so he is causation himself. It is creation itself.
Yes,
and it has the 9 principal attributes.
No, if you so causation would be an attribute. And these aren't attributes.
I'm asking you this question: could causation itself have other attributes? I don't think it could.
Oh no! Well, there are attributes.
It's not even an attribute. It is us noticing a thing that chickens come both before and after eggs, but in a really predictable chain, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
what would bring forth causation?
But that doesn't mean it's brought from somewhere, right?
No. I'm saying if we go with the 9 major attributes, what culmination of those attributes would bring forth or show forth causation? You would say foundation, power, and strength.
Give me some of the other attributes.
Intelligence, wisdom, and knowledge, beauty, love, and justice, foundation, power, and strength.
So let's
The
say
foundation.
beauty. Let's just take beauty, right?
Yeah.
So we're saying, could causation itself have any relationship to beauty?
Yeah.
So causation
All the
itself.
attributes have relation to each other.
So how I don't. That's what I don't get. How.
So the way I would show forth causation with beauty, beauty is shown forth through love. Like you can't really talk about true beauty without love and justice. You can't. It's like something that can't be talked about. Like if you were going to talk about beauty, you'd be like, oh, the way these lines, cross, or the way this flower looks. It's all this, all this speculation. But the real beauty is love and justice combined, show forth beauty. And love is to give
Why
yourself
do you
for
need
another.
beauty as well then? Just do love and justice. If you got both of those, you've got beauty. You don't. But I'm still not getting it. The bit that I'm confused by is you're saying there is this thing that has like 9 attributes, and one of them is that it is causation itself. And for me,
Doesn't have. That's an important point. It's not that Yahweh has these.
They are causation themselves.
No,
And
he
these,
is. Like
right.
these
Is one of the
aren't
attributes. But I am Harry, right? That is who I is, and I have other attributes. Correct?
Well, no, I would declare you're the attributes, and you're
Fine.
calling
And
yourself.
I can have multiple attributes. One of them could be my name, is what I'm saying. Right. One of them
It's a
could be
title
my
to identify.
Australian.
Title to identify that mix of attributes being presented.
Okay.
But,
and I'm just any of them beauty. If I accepted all of the others, right, where I said he is wisdom itself, he is beauty itself, he is truth, justice, any of those things itself, he just could not be causation itself.
So causation comes from foundation, power, and strength.
Yeah.
Like in order to be in order
he can be causation itself. He couldn't have
well,
started.
what is causation?
It's the space. I'm saying, sorry, the causation itself, I'm saying specifically, he could not have brought about the space within which causation happens or change happens.
No, he is causation itself.
Yeah, I'm saying that's not possible. Nothing could be that thing. Because it would put bounds on a thing that I'm saying is definitionally unboundable. By our reasoning, we're saying we cannot bound it. And then we're going, oh, by the way, it's both bound and quite beautiful.
That's your
I'm giving it. The only attribute I'm giving it is here's one thing it couldn't have.
No, I know you're sticking to your agnostic position. Your true agnostic position. you're going after it. It can't be defined.
It's an interesting logic to try to wrestle with. To say a God could exist, but it couldn't have started causation. It could be beautiful. It could be wise. It could be all these things. It could be eternal. It could have existed in all of the moments that cause and effect, like throughout all of them, like parallel forever. But it couldn't have caused that to start, because the only thing we can conclude about things that get caused is that they themselves have causes, and that's what we're talking about. We must go, a cause and effect must have existed.
He must be
or anything else is possible, right? We couldn't.
In order to keep the continuity, in order to keep the congruency and continuity of what he is that's being declared, he has to be causation itself.
That's the thing. That's the admission. That's exactly.
Absolutely. I completely admit that. Like, if he's not causation
in order
itself,
that sounds like you're not addressing the logic of my argument. That the logic of my argument is incontrovertible. That you cannot bound causation. You cannot give it a start date. And you're saying, I get that logic says that this is impossible, but if I accepted that, it would mean that God isn't who he says he is. So I must find a way that God is who he says he is.
Well, I believe he does say that. That's what he is.
Say what?
That he is causation itself.
Where? That's an interesting way to say it. Okay, so that'd be worth checking.
So I would find that in Isaiah. It's right between. You can look all the way from Isaiah 43 to Isaiah 46. This is kind of the declaration that's being made. But Isaiah 46, 9 and 10, where he says, I am remember the former things of old, for I am Yahweh, there is none else. I am Yahweh, there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning, saying, "My counsel shall stand, doing all things according to my good pleasure."
Yeah, declaring
So
the end from the beginning is fine. That's what I'm saying. That's parallel. You're there for all of it. You know how it's going to end. That can be knowledge, and that can be being in it and throughout it. But it doesn't say I started a causal chain.
if it says that that there's none like him, and no one else but him, that's
true
all
of
he
me.
is. He's the only
That's true of
one.
me. That's not testing any of the things we're talking about. I'm the only Harry, right? That doesn't test anything about whether you start a causal chain.
You're not the only man.
Right, but we're not testing if you're the only man. We're testing this idea of a causal chain as a concept seems to describe things that happen within time, and we're trying to ask the question: does that thing, that span, could that have ever possibly started? And we're saying no, because if we're describing that as the thing within which change happens, any time that started would have itself been a change, and that can't have happened. This is just saying I'm the only one, and I've been here forever. That's fine. It doesn't say I brought about and nothing. There was no span of time that could have.
The only one, the one who sets everything declares the end from the beginning. So it's not just knows the end from the beginning. That's not just knowledge or information, but declares, meaning causes the end. Declares what the end is going to be all the way from the beginning. That says he's the causer and doing all things according to his pleasure. So he is the causation and the cause itself.
Yeah, you can be the cause. You just can't be the start of the causal chain. You can't be the start of the span within causal change happens. The span has to exist, and then even if there was a first cause, there must have been a moment that itself was caused. There must have been there is a change in state somewhere. So that is not.
I
If
can
it does or doesn't happen,
agree.
it couldn't have been created at a certain time.
So I can agree with this in regards to. Sure, you've heard me say before. Yahweh, who is spirit, took on a shape and form. This is actually Colossians, the first chapter, around 15 to 17. Yahweh took on shape and form, and in that shape and form created all things. And in the scripture, that form is even called the first cause of all creation. So Yahweh took on shape and form, and in that shape and form brought forth all creation. So the still state, the eternal estate, still has no change. It's never changed. And there's also a cause coming forth that no change state.
I need to let you make your point more because it's not got a bone for you yet. What's it got for yours up here? Progression as movement can begin after stillness. Yes, I think that's quite fair to what you were saying before, wasn't it?
Say it again.
It said progression after stillness. Progression as movement can begin after stillness. I think is a really good, very brief summary of what you said.
Yeah, that's when we were talking about time, the contingency of time and God. We kind of got into the metaphysics of it. Like that's where the causer, if he's causation itself, he can cause progression, which would be time to occur, and have an ending. So time itself wouldn't be contingent upon his existence.
But he would be contingent upon its existence.
Yes. No. Other way around. Sorry. He's not contingent on time's existence. Time would be contingent on him causing progression to come forth. And that's using your stance on what time is. Like I hold that time didn't come in until he set the motion of the sun. And even that could be, said as that's scripture too, because the sun, the moon, the stars were put for the times, the hours, the seasons.
Um, here we go. Here we go. Yahweh creates through form without eternal state change.
That's good.
Yeah, I hate how they're pulsing around like this. Look at them just jumping all over the place. Just
Well, I feel that there's certain concepts, certain relations to certain concepts that the AIs aren't going to pick up right away because they're not common.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think I'm missing it too, and that would help it. Where I think, but I'm also still working through it as an idea because it works for a lot of what I've said, where a lot of people before have gone, well, you think that stuff began 13.5 billion years ago. What happened before that? And a lot of globers say time didn't exist. And I've always been like, that's really unsatisfying and weird because, and I hadn't put my finger on why. And I was like, oh, because if it's a span, then it can't have started to exist. It's not, and it spans, like same as space. We really need to clarify, like you said, can you give me a bucket of it? The thing that's blowing my mind that I'm still trying to imagine is it's actually a description we're giving mostly to an absence, right? Where with space, while you could measure the volume of a jug of water, what we're talking about with space is quite specifically the absent bit, right? Such that when we say space, outer space, we mean close to vacuum, right? And the same with time is we keep talking about change because it's the span within which change happens. But the really meaningful bit we're talking about is the emptiness of it, right? The sort of, yeah, and that confuses me further because I can't tell. Now it's like, okay, all we're doing is proving that span itself isn't a thing that can have been brought into, can have ever not existed.
Why?
Because it's a span. It spans all of the things. So let me try and
you're relating one span to another to get time.
You're saying it, but the span you're just looking at is like a set, and the span we're choosing here is all of the things, anything, anywhere, ever, right? So I could go trillions of light of big bangs all over the place, a big foamy mess, or I could conceive of a big bang starting at a certain point, and that is within that span. But I'm just saying that span must include some things, right?
But you
So
have
it
to have
includes
something
my
to relate the span to.
Say again?
You have to have something to relate the span to say this amount of time passed, or this amount of span passed.
Yeah, but I'm sort of uninterested with the measurement of it. I'm just saying there is a span in which my birthday occurs. And I do know that has some meaningful length, right? It's at least been 42 years, even if I don't believe anybody else. Then I could say anything can begin and end within that. That's fine. That's not a question I'm asking at the moment. It's just, could that span be limited?
Well, I mean, here's what's funny. You're 42. So I could say you've lived an hour with Yahweh. Like if 1,000 years is one day, divide 1,000 years into 24 hours, you lived 1 hour, right?
Exactly. So this unlimited span could contract, but it cannot end. It cannot have a termination point, is what I'm saying. Because it is this span, and it's not even a real thing. It is a concept that says, it's just asking the question, could there have been a time before causation? And could there have been a span a stillness, a true proper stillness in which there was nothing and nothing was happening, and there was no space within which any of that could change. No, obviously not. Not that necessarily that the matter is at the start or whether there's a God or da-da-da-da. Just everything is contingent and dependent on the fact that spans at least the span, which isn't anything, it's just an absence through which things can happen, must be itself unboundable, not even infinite. There just can't have been a start, which I guess might mean infinite. Yeah.
That would be eternity. So
Yeah.
you could
Goes all the way around.
you could almost say that time, what we perceive as time, or our perception of progression, which we call time, would be like a dilation of eternity.
Sure. Yeah, we're going to be tiny finite bubbles can exist within it and can be confused and think that their bubble starting was the start of causation, but they'd be wrong. And the true span must, definitionally what we're describing is all of it, right? And we're saying, could there be, the first question you're asking, no, because the moment there's a thing before it, that's what you're asking about, essentially. The span is a question mark, is it? It's like dark time. It's pretty good, actually. Dark time.
Dark time. Yeah, that's a good one.
The dark time is the time that existed before the uncaused cause started to exist.
Oh my, that's a funny one. I mean, I would simply call that eternity. Like to me, once you start counting within eternity, you've got time. Like that's the difference for me. That it's not necessarily progression itself that is time. It's the dilation created by a measurement placed upon the progression that's being witnessed. Because depending on the levels of perspective, that same event would have different dilations. So how could you place a measurement upon it, and say this is time?
That's what I'm trying to make clear. I'm not trying to place a measurement on it where I wish I could draw on this whiteboard. It's still, but I'm just saying, so they could be circular. Circular is completely possible with what I'm saying. They could be nested. They could be reversed. There could be like intermingled, crissy-crossy time spans. I think I'm fine with all of those and the counting of it as well. It's just any of those things within them could have a beginning and end. You could start up a computer simulation. There was a first cause there, but that couldn't have been the cause of all causation, even if it was meaningfully to the NPCs. We must conclude that causation itself has to be the span within which I'm just repeating myself. I'm not helping us. Counting. It's just, but our experience of it could be with
hard. It's not easy to separate time from counting, because then once you separate it from measurement, you'd be like, well, what is the measurement? What really is the measurement? The measurement becomes arbitrary, because the fact that different perceptions of the same progression can have dilations where different measurements seem to occur.
So so if it's dilating and that causes measurement issues, how can we say that it's objective is kind of what you're saying. Is that fair? Yeah. And I think I could say it might not be objective. I might struggle to make that. But whatever it is, it couldn't have first begun.
No, it couldn't have first begun. Whatever it is, you must be witnessing the Creator Himself. Like that.
Yeah, that's why I can see that. I mean? I can see why that works. Works for you. Yeah.
Like that's why
some of these things have to be what He is.
Yeah, that's why I say when you when you're observing those unseen attributes of this reality, that's what you're seeing. You are seeing the creator. And that is premised by what you just stated as a fact. It can't be it can't be caused, but it has to pre-exceed. And so the only thing that keeps it continuous is for him to be it itself. So when you're seeing love, when you're seeing intelligence, when you're seeing progression, you're seeing him himself.
Yeah, and that's why you think Yahweh is in I am Yahweh, you are Yahweh. We are expressions of him looking back at himself.
There you go.
Yeah, that side I do get. I also think it's a really nice take because I think it speaks to a lot of why you, despite me going around being quite repetitive, being quite aggressive with you over the last hour or something, and you being the only person in the room, you're very you live up to that, I think, in terms of you treat people with the kind of reverence and respect you might treat a God, you know, an equal God.
No, what is that? What is that you seeing? You're seeing Yahweh.
Yeah.
See that? You see? That's how I understand it. It's like that's where it's not what you see a lot of the Christians think. Oh, you're being blasphemous. You're being egotistical. To me, no. That's the greatest form of worship. Is to identify that it's all Him. It's and you're really seeing like that's what it means. Like those who are in the Messiah, all things have become new. Like the creation is new. Like you're literally seeing it for what it's really displaying. Yeah.
I like that. I do think it's a solution. I do think it's actually an elegant solution.
Sweet. Yeah. That's
all right.
I mean, you could see how I analyzed it. So when I first came across it, that was how I looked at it. That is the most elegant solution to a lot of the philosophical issues that are presented by the Christian doctrine. You know, there isn't a better one. I've never found a better one. Yeah.
It is good. Jesus, this is a mess, though. Oh, sorry, I blaspheme in front of you a lot. Oh no, I'm going to apologize. I'm not likely to stop. don't apologize unless you mean it. Say again, sorry.
I said you're totally good.
No, I enjoy chatting with you. I think you're good to talk to. All right, but I might wrap up here because I got to go pee and that'll be boring, and then I'll probably wrap it up and try to push through some code. But I'll go to the other room. You sound like you're driving? Do you want me to shove you in the other room and I'll talk to you in there?
Oh yeah, totally.
Awesome. All right.